Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We are here once again in Worm Online, and wow, what a week it's been. The brand new server, Cadence, opened up on Friday, and it's so exciting to think that Worm is doing so well that we actually had to open up another server. As for me, I've been busy building my horse market, and several of our Alliance members have been building ships like no tomorrow. Now, let's see who we have in the chat today. We've got Reaganation, hello, Griff, Willow, Kron, Factional Fight, Antierg, Bone Dead, Ches, Lockabar is raiding with a party of 18, holy moly. Welcome on in, everyone, and of course, everyone there in the background lurking away. What? Why am I on the right-hand side of the screen? I'm usually on the left. And how come you guys have these weird icons in the chat? You guys have the... hold on now. Don't tell me... Don't tell me that... Adam? Brian?
Yeah. Yeah, cats.
Oh, God. Brian, thank God. I just had the weirdest, most surreal experience. For a moment there, I actually thought I was in the Factional Fight stream.
Well, you are on the Factional Fight stream. Maybe that's the confusion.
Oh my gosh, how did I end up here?
I mean, since you're here anyway, and we're on Cadence, maybe you should just stick around and talk about, yeah.
I guess I'm stuck here, so I might as well.
What do you guys think? Should Catspur stick around on the stream? Since, you know, Adam's not here. Might as well. Antierg. Alari? Amethyst? What are you guys saying? Didn't Cats break the stream a week ago? Well, it's possible she'll break it again today. So, you know, we have to find out. So she would have to stick around for that.
Well, everyone knows I have a little evil side.
I see Riger, lol. We're all 20,000, yes. And oh, the unicorn. Brian is already coming out. Thank you, the parser. I'll open my mouth just a little bit so they get these sparklies going on. So thank you so much, Casper, for coming onto our stream while Adam's away. Amethyst, you just popped the weekly mystery face. I wonder what it is this week. Guess we'll find out in a few minutes. Yeah, we wanted to do a very special stream for you guys today. We've had a week of Worm, so I mean it's only been a week, but so much has happened during this week that it feels like we've been gone for so long. I feel like I've been saying this every single week because of just how much stuff has happened in the last month in Worm Online.
It's been crazy.
I have not been on this new server. So new server came out on Friday. How much, you guys in the chat, how many of you have either migrated to Cadence or have at least visited Cadence? Is this something that everyone has done? So I wonder, because I know, Kat, you already came over to Cadence and streamed it. And I think I didn't get to catch a lot of it, but you seemed to have a good time.
Man,
about the actual server.
Yeah, we were streaming the very opening. Me and Antierg came over on a ship. Actually, this is where we came to shore, this very spot. So Antierg from our alliance has set up a little deed here, and because we only have iron over where our alliance is over on Melody, so he has managed to find all kinds of iron, all kinds of different like metal veins in this spot. And I ended up probably streaming, 8 hours, something like that. And we just have the best adventures on Friday. It's been amazing.
That sounds awesome. And like, look at the Reagan Nation. You already visited. Callie, you already on Cadence right now. Physics, you already migrated to Cadence. Amethyst, you've already put a small size hunting deed there for trees and fighting skill. Fragar, you've already migrated. Is this like a pattern? Has everybody migrated to Cadence? I haven't really seen how many players are on there. 238. Does it feel like, I mean, all of you guys are on Cadence, and I guess, Cats, you haven't been here since the release day, but
I
does
did
it feel like
visit
it's filling
briefly.
up? Okay.
Yeah.
Does it feel like it's filling up with players?
Yeah, I mean, definitely due to the size, it is rather large. But I have to say that I have stumbled upon people constantly throughout the travels for sure. So there's definitely a lot of people living over here already. However, that doesn't mean that all the land has been already taken. It just like the last time I visited, it seemed like the majority of the land was completely unclaimed and pristine and untouched. So if anyone out there is actually thinking that it's too late to actually find a spot here, absolutely not, unless some miracle has happened over the weekend.
I mean, this is a third server. I'd almost wonder because I mean the first night was crazy. Harmony opening up, everybody's just kind of rushing into it, and then Melody opens up only a few days later, and so many people rush over there. It's still the same weekend, and now we're like a month in, and it didn't feel like they were announcing it as high as the other ones. It was almost like they're wanting it to be a solution for any new players that are coming into the game. That's how Retro seemed to talk about it in his on his side, which I think is a good idea.
Definitely.
Do we feel like that's happening? Like I'm actually not sure. I haven't been to any of the starting towns, so I'd be curious to know if that's happening. And so, with that in mind, why don't we head over to like a starting town and see what's going on over there? I believe you're the one in control of the card. Is that right?
Oh,
yes.
Actually, let's just switch around because
okay.
I'm going to tell you right now, I am not good at multitasking. So I'm going to get off. You can decide the path, and not to mention, since I already did my, again, I went on Commander. It was just like a gut reaction. There we go. That's better.
Rygar is pleading, please, everyone stay on Harmony and Melody. We like our wild lands. And Reagan Nation, you saw a lot of unclaimed land. Okay. Yesterday.
Yeah, I can't imagine myself like I'm really actually happy with the spot that we have over on Melody. But it's really super cool to just explore Cadence. And I couldn't imagine like adding another deed or moving over to Cadence myself. So I think if there's like people worrying too much that it's going to just like that everyone's going to now shift over there, I highly doubt it. I think a lot of people have probably become attached to the spots that they've already made. So yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see today the division of, or not the division, but like the balance of how many completely new players we end up stumbling into versus, older players.
Right. I wonder what the I almost felt like, and this is just an opinion, I really have no idea, but with this server, Retro wanted it to be for new players coming in to the game. I guess they're somehow directing players in that direction somehow. I'm not really sure how, or if they've changed the tutorial. Wow, there's a lot of crabs here. Kinda feel like I need to put on my armor.
Well, actually, the whole server, at least from the explorations I did, it is filled to the brim with critters, lumber, trees, resources. So I have a feeling that we're not going to have that same experience, that everything's just stripped bare like it was on the other servers. And you know
Right.
what's really weird is that, like, I'm seeing my character sitting in a different direction than on your screen. On my screen,
Uh-oh.
she's actually like headed, like she's looking forward with your character. So it's kind of weird. I've seen that happen before on people's streams. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's okay. This is, we're not going super fast. And so I'm a little frightened about what's going to happen with all of these critters. Oh. Okay, while we slowly run away from these spiders, and as I see another 5 in front of us, with the poor old sheep here, let me... maybe I did not go the correct way. Let's catch up with you guys in the chat before it gets too crazy. Cranking, how you doing? Hope you're having fun playing Worm today. Typical, how are you today? You're thinking that the tutorial portal must be promoting Cadence? Mr. Saria, you're curling up with your pillow to watch. Hopefully today will be a fun one. And I think today will be a fun one. Whoa, okay, we're getting onto stone. And I see another troll. Age Mountain Lion. Another...
At least there's a guard tower ahead as well, if we get into a problem.
Whew. Oh, there is? I'm 100% heading that direction. And thank you for the follow, Sense Green. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. We're just getting started. Amethyst, who needs Adam? Sorry, Adam, I don't mean that. And
Griff, how does it feel? It must feel so surreal for you to see my character up here instead of yourself. Oh, it's a nice cozy spot though, Griff. I just might get used to this.
Uh-oh, Adam. So, Zed Cobra saying, hey guys, wow, factional fight and cats in one stream. Yeah, we can't believe it either, Zed Cobra. And we're going to take full advantage of this. How is there a guard tower already? Okay. I really hope it's high enough to at least have a couple guards. Okay, I see one. Is that another one? Okay, 2 guards. We're good. 3 guards. No.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
All right, what do we want to get rid of here? I'm guessing the aged hellhound. So something that new players, I find, do struggle with. I'm not really sure. Oh, wow, we got away from all of them. Oh, nice. I did not think that would happen. Even the hellhound. But something that people, I find new players struggle with is they understand, or they get to know that you can call the guards by either saying help or the word guards into local. But what a bunch of them seem to fail to do is that you have to remember you're only calling guards on the monster or the animal that you're targeting.
That's right, yeah.
Right, so if I wanted to...
I think it took me like a couple of years to actually realize that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, they were killing something, but I didn't realize it was the one I was targeting, because obviously I would have had something targeted at that point, so it was just... yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, and of course it happens that we finally make it here, and the 10 mobs that were following us stop following us. It's like they were scared of the guard tower.
Exactly. And Willow, you're promising to behave this week? We're both safe? Oh, thank goodness.
How do I not believe that, Willow? That's exactly what someone would say just before they start causing mischief.
True. Such a mischief maker.
There's another guard. So let's work out a couple things here. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm missing a lot of your chat. Mr. Saria, you signed out for, you just played 16 hours of Worm. That is a lot of Worm. Must feel good, though, that you played a lot of Worm. Parser, nice train. Did I forget to take the items from the boat? I completely forgot.
Oh, no.
And now I'm wondering if it's worth going.
So I
back to
have
get them.
some gifts, but they're not like you've got the useful ones, and I've just got like the frivolous, fun to have ones. But we can go back.
All right, let's go back so that we can.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't really want to. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna train the Hellhound, because those things do have a giant aggro range. As I say that, okay, there it goes. I'm gonna start calling these guys.
I think I need to actually make a guard's keybind as well for this character. Haven't done that yet.
Right. I haven't even thought of that yet either, just because we haven't had a guard tower to worry about that. The guard can't catch up. They are really slow compared to the Hellhound here. Hang on, let's go in a circle. Hopefully they catch up. Well, you can do it, guys. All right. Perfect. Typical, it also doesn't matter where you stand when you call the guards. Only the distance between the tower and the mob.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I did not get far.
What was it? Was it 20 tiles that the mob had to be within 20 tiles of the guard tower, something like that? Or was it 40?
I don't know if anybody knows that. 20 tiles. Thank you, Beanbag. This is sorry, you thought 50? I feel like 50 is the distance between guard towers. Let's help him out a little bit, I guess.
Okay, now I got my... Just test and see if this is actually working.
And Serene,
Yes.
you've traveled the server yourself. Oh, that's good. You got your guards working.
Yep.
Perfect for a beginner. Oh.
I totally agree with everything you said there, Serene. We're gonna probably be talking about some of that today, in fact. But yeah, that was exactly my experience as well.
All right, we can do this. We can take them out one at a time. Eventually, make it back.
Do you know? Do you know whether we get? Do you think we get like a height bonus when we're on? Oh, we do actually. I am seeing it from the indicator. We're hitting a.
Always good to stay on your cart. And typical, what about the topic? Which topic are you referring to? And good afternoon or morning, Dresden, depending on where you are. I mean, it's good afternoon to me good morning to me and good afternoon to cats. Would probably be more correct. Are we talking roleplay? Okay, we are completely going to take advantage of Adam being away so that we can actually talk about roleplay with two people that might have some discussions about that. We will get there. And even though I currently look like a baby, I will not be talking about role-playing as a baby, if that makes sense. Green Scorpion, never get out of the cart. Yeah, no, don't get out of the cart. I saw some players get out of the cart to fight on streams recently, and I don't recommend that. All right, last one that I'm going to train. Am I close enough to call? No, I'm not. We're going to have to move this guy in, and actually, maybe not. Took this guy a while to attack us. Okay, we can do this. Who's running? Who's helping us? And being embarked gives you hidden CR penalty, which pretty much negates the cart height bonus. Oh, did not know that. Beanbag. To be fair, babyface Brian just looks like he shaved.
By the way, I've been meaning to ask, Farron, did you look like that when you were little?
I did not. I must. I mean, I'm looking at it. Maybe Adam has a comment on that. He looked at me a lot more than I did when I was young. But okay, he can't actually see us, I'm assuming. But I'm gonna say no. Do I have proof of that right now? I do not.
And are you going to reveal one of these days what your guys' actual baby faces look like?
Oh, I don't know.
That
I
would
don't
be
know if
fun to see.
anybody. I don't know if anybody in the chat wants to see that.
Yes, we all want to see baby pictures of you guys. Isn't that right, everyone? I would love it.
Maybe one day. One
See?
day.
Moxie's saying yes. Sirven?
It was a little while ago. Before we had digital copies of stuff, so we would have to see. Do you regret everything, Brian? I regret the decision of adding a baby face filter. I don't know. There are so.
Typical wants beer faces,
exactly
not
like
baby faces. Oh, that's a fun idea, Moxie. Moxie's saying, show baby pictures and play Guess the Worm Streamer. Oh my goodness.
So you're saying we should all, as worm streamers, get together and share our baby pictures, but don't share our own baby pictures? Share another streamer's baby picture? Oh my god, I did not realize there was a crocodile there.
Oh yeah, we remember what happened with crocodiles last time, Farron.
Oh yeah.
We don't want to be that person this time, do we?
No, not. Crocodiles do tend to be quite fast. Some of them do. The alert ones would outrun us. We've established that a little while ago when we were on Epic server. I feel like this was a mistake.
We'll be
through the
fine.
sand.
We'll be fine. Although I have to admit that this cart is going much slower than when I went horseback, because I did have a saddle and like horseshoes, just poor ones. But even with that, I was going much faster just on horseback. But I think we'll be okay.
It's like I'm trying to go up here to stay away from the troll, and then the troll walks towards us. Oh, look at that train. So we only have about 6 on us. Ooh, look, an actual bear. I'd be loving that if we were on Melody.
Are you guys needing any more of those furs, by the way? Because I have a whole bunch of my ESB now.
We actually don't now that last week we received 9.
Oh, wow.
And that was like, a good amount. 3 more beds. And so we pretty much have a bed for everybody in our village.
Nice.
And, at least 1 or 2 for people that want to come by.
Yeah, seems we're outrunning them now.
This is very interesting. And there's the Spirit Templar, who's
gonna get 60%. Right to work.
I wonder if it's less busy going north. We can always give that a try. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to jump off and see what I can do. Ooh. All right. Okie Wolf, how you doing? what server are we playing on? So we're playing on Melody, but right now we traveled to Cadence. Oops, I was not supposed to do that. We traveled to Cadence. We're going to check it out. We're going to run around. We're going to have quite the discussion today, I'm hoping, about a number of things. Oh no, I'm going to have to take a whole bunch of stuff and not be able to walk. I mean, I want to take advantage. Can I not move?
Let me try and drive in there with the cart. Let's see how far we can get.
Look at that. I should not have picked up all that stuff. We have to take advantage, guys, of having Catspur on the stream. So there's a whole bunch of questions. Thank you so much, Beanbag, for the Viking.
I'm trying to see
Viking
where the heck
filter.
you are. Like
I think
know
I'm in
I
the
can.
boat still.
Yeah, I can see you and myself on your stream, but oh, there you are. Okay,
Yeah, I'm coming out of the boat.
Slowly.
There.
There we go.
Phew. I can now dump stuff into here. I'm going to dump all this stuff.
Let's switch places again.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, I want to take advantage of the fact we have cats on the stream. What questions do we want to ask her now that she's on our stream, and maybe a little more a little more keen to see my response to the questions that we ask. So I do have some questions. If you guys have any questions for her, that I'm sure she'll answer them to the best of her ability. And oh man, is that a two L's there? Ulfuron beard, or am I saying that wrong? Or is that an I that's capitalized? But your question is, what's the name of the program for the filter? That is just the... Oh, this looks a lot more friendly. That is just the program called... It's just this... If you guys know Snapchat, they created a program called Snap Camera. So you can look that up and you'll see it, and you'll be able to have some fun with it. It is an I. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Ulf Ironbeard. Ironbeard it is. Oh, wow. Okay. What do we got here? We've got a bear. Do you think we could take a bear?
Oh, easy peasy.
Let's do it. You're on this side.
And well, I can say that having been a huge fan, obviously, of the factional fight streams and videos for years and years, what an absolute honor to actually be here as a guest, talking to you, Farron. And like I've often said on my own streams, I just love how you and Adam, you both have this kind of, you have a different approach to playing Worm, to playing MMOs. Adam is the more, mathematician kind of guy, thinking of the most optimal way to play the game, going into all the math, while you're more the sort of, the one who loves the immersion and the atmosphere and the roleplay aspect. And myself being a roleplay type of player myself, it's always been so nice to see that both of you are sort of bringing these two different sides. And I'm always feeling like everything you're saying, it's just like I could have said those same words myself. So it's really awesome that we're going to be doing this stream, and we're going to be talking about these types of topics that are more on the immersion and roleplay side of things today. And do you want to say anything about what the plan is for that?
Yes. So I can't wait to talk about that. I mean, first, guys, we want to start with talking about questions for each other, so that we can get that out of the way. I have questions for you. I'm sure you might have some questions for me, and I'm sure you guys might have some questions for both of us. But then we want to get into the heart of the matter, and we want to discuss a number of things, like Katz was saying, all about immersion, all about Worm, and how basically role-playing works in the game, or does it work in the game? And we're going to have such a good discussion about our lives through why we're so drawn to role-playing, how Worm relates to role-playing, what Worm could do to get better at role-playing, and what it does really well already, because we might think it does some amazing things already in roleplay, and then if we come to that conclusion, then the real question is, have we seen a lot of roleplay in the game? And if not, why? That's really the question that I'd like to do. Wow, there are turtles or tortoises in every direction. I saw a wolf go up the mountain. I saw a bear come by us after we just killed a bear. Like,
full of critters.
What we would have loved back on Melody. As we searched everywhere.
I mean, there was an update. There was a patch how they have now changed the spawn to work for animals.
Right.
So now they're not going to get stuck up at the north anymore. And also they're going to just fix the way they spawn in general. So have you seen any difference? I guess you haven't had much time to play these past days anyhow. But has anyone out there actually, I'd be interested to hear, have you guys heard or seen any difference with animal spawns after the fix?
So I would say two things. While everybody here, you guys should definitely comment, because I'm very curious to know. We have, at least I have seen more animals on my deed than before. Now, it's been more like sheep and ram and those type of pigs, that type of stuff. And where there was a while where we just weren't getting anything. And so because we're living on sort of like a one side of Melody that's fairly skinny, and it's harder for animals to get into that area, I'm surprised that we're actually getting like animals. I'm surprised we're not getting more animals that can swim through water, because then, but Pyro did have a bear come and hit him on our deed.
Oh.
For like the first time ever.
Yeah, we had a couple. I mean, we were fighting off a hellhound the other day. Then there was a crocodile that came by. So, and this is all after the, thank goodness we do have that one guard tower that Scuff built. But yeah, definitely there has been a change also at our end. I haven't seen any difference to the steps yet, though. So I don't know. But yeah, it seems like people are reacting here and saying that lots more animals than before.
Well, that's good.
Seren has also seen slightly more at your place as well. Moxie, lots more creatures around. Typical, lots more animals than before on North Harmony. And Gatling, one spider a day. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me try to baseline ourselves here. So if we were here, and I went this way. By the way,
Theron, do you see? Do you see how easy it is to traverse this land? Like normally, had we been in that same situation on another server, most likely we would have struggled with two steep slopes to get up. Do you see how even and like it's very gentle, like the lands on this server, and the whole server is like this, by the way. You can pretty much go anywhere. Right? Yeah.
Look at this. The only mountain I see is this one right here. And even though it looks like it's not that steep, we had a mountain like this when we were on Deliverance, which was also, I would say, a fairly nicely sloped or gently sloped land. Was basically Deliverance, and it was good for new players. We started there. We enjoyed it there, but it was very similar to this in the sense that we did have some mountains like this, but you could tell that you could essentially just climb it or get up it on a horse or something. And our first steed was right next to a mountain like that. And I mean, we have old videos of us going all the way to the top of it on a horse. So yeah, that's very similar to Deliverance for sure. For sure. Typical, you saw a lot of octopus in the sea? Are you saying that on Harmony? But you already had lots of animals before on North Harmony, I see. And Serene, you had slightly more at your place. Yeah, North Sea Harmony. Okay, yeah. Well, that's... so the question to you, Typical, would be, are you finding less animals yet? As the animals are supposed to be traversing south. And Khrushcheva, you're saying northeast Melody, no spawns after the update, and you used to see sheep regularly. So you're saying that too many animals have migrated south. Sorry, northwest Melody. And Typical, you're not seeing any difference. Still lots of seals, lots of unicorns. I'd love lots of seals. Ooh, oh, dang, ooh.
I wonder.
I'm like a hell horse, but it was old, unfortunately.
Oh,
if only that was aged. I mean, but now that we're here, let's.
you were
let's
looking.
go
Yeah, before I
take a look.
Interrupted you, you were actually looking at the map. I think you were trying to figure out.
Yeah, which lake
route.
this is. So if we, because that's the only thing that we're going to really be looking at here, based on this shape. It's very near the water. Which one would it be? Oh, thanks for the follow. And I'm not sure if I thank you, Ironbeard, for the follow as well. Arcakis, yeah, thanks for the follow there. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. What do you guys think? Where are we? What?
That's
Land,
definitely...
or what water's that one?
That's definitely one aspect of this server that no matter where you go, it's a bit more challenging since we don't have those really tall mountains to judge where you are. And then since there's so many lakes, you can easily get like lost on this server, which can be of course a good thing if you're up for adventure. But I actually stumbled across several players that were actually lost during my own travels.
Antierg, bye-bye, large cart. I'm going to miss you. And for everybody, this is Antierg's cart that we're borrowing from him.
So kind of you to lend it to us, Antierg.
Yeah.
We'll take good care of it.
Yeah, so we are on Cadence. So we're doing a little Cadence Adventure. Our goal, so just so that everybody knows, we want to make it close to Sonata. And while we travel there, we're going to hopefully stumble upon people that we can talk to, and we're going to see if we can get them into a little bit of a conversation, a little bit of a role play in local, and see how that goes. We'll have a little more on that as we get closer to that. We haven't quite gotten to the point that I want to. So much more to discuss before then. But you guys are having such good conversation here too. And Wolfmare, you're saying not seeing any animals on the steppe northwest, but then there are too many deeds on that steppe. Yeah, I'm finding that near Melody as well. The steppe near us has started to populate up, and with deeds, and I'm assuming that's going to stop the amount of animals that can spawn on that area. Whereas the steppe, just the one next to that one, a little further out, is still quite open and is still getting quite a few animals there. Yeah, where are there lots of lakes. The terrain is very nice. And Parser, okay, Arcakis, you're saying, I think being able to get lost is good, in quotes. Are you saying that, like, good, like it's not good? And Parser, you're saying, find other players in Worm. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's what we're hoping to be on Cadence with the new players. And one of the questions that I would have to you guys, and maybe I don't know if you have an opinion on it, Cats, is Cadence came out Friday, I guess. Do you feel, what do we feel is the ratio of new players that came to Cadence versus players that were on Harmony or Melody already and decided to transfer over to Cadence?
At least from my own explorations that I did, it felt like it was kind of 50-50. I did bump into some, actually I even bumped into some old friends that had alts there. But there was a lot of new players as well who were just completely clueless as to what was going on. How about you guys?
Lost is good because it is possible, yes. This game actually allows you to be lost. It's like a feature of Worm, whereas most other games do the opposite. They try very hard to make it so you cannot get lost.
And that's actually a good topic right there, because, you know, I guess you guys get it as well on your stream. At least on my stream, I have people all the time, like new players coming to the game, and they're like, man, how come I can't see any kind of marker on the map? And I tried to explain to them why it is so awesome that we don't actually have any indication on the map where we are. That how much more immersive it is to, you know, look at the landmarks, look at the lakes, look at the shorelines, the mountains, and to figure out where you are. That's like half of the fun right there. And when I do those Worm Roulette streams on Tuesdays, I try to avoid using the community maps if at all possible, because I love that challenge of figuring out where I am. And yeah, how do you feel about that, Darren?
It's a typical saying, yeah. So I'm like typical in the saying, okay, so I'm not like, I remember what it's like before there were maps at all. I can't remember when they incorporated the maps into the game. Maybe it was 2013. Typical saying, he's sad that there's in-game maps at all. So I'm not all the way over there, right? Because we remember the days, okay, there wasn't in-game maps. We had to go out of the game and do either a community map or make your own map, that sort of thing. I'm of the opinion that, so at the time, and there's probably videos of us talking about it and what we would want to see. And I really can't remember if my opinion has changed since then, because I can't 100% remember what my opinion was. But the way that my thoughts were, I think, was that they were incorporating into the game, and everything that I wanted to see in the game, and this would also relate back to role-playing and immersion, is that I'm a big proponent that every single item that should be in the game should be somehow related to a skill in Worm or a player crafted item. So when they came out and they announced, we're going to add maps into the game, I had devised this whole plan in my head. I'm like, this will be great. It'll be like you would create your own map and then you would learn cartography and you would like run around and you would like map out the world, and then that map would be the only map that has that information, and then you could like give it away or sell it if you get really good at it. And that's sort of what I was wanting to see, to a point of like whatever could be coded. I don't know the coding restrictions. I don't know any of that, so I'm not even coming from that angle. And recently I actually heard some players talk about how they wanted cartography and that sort of thing. And back in 2013, that's what I really would have wanted them to do when they implemented the maps, is to do a system like that. so that it could be something that the user would have to discover.
Yeah, we had in Ultima Online, we had cartography there. You could make your own maps. And that would have been absolutely perfect had we had that. I mean, not that it's too late. I mean, it's never too late to implement a system like that. But yeah, I could totally understand how you must have been crushed when they just plonked the images out there, and there you go, there are the maps. Where that's sort of like a lost opportunity. That could have been such an amazing skill.
Yeah, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it now. I mean, that's a good question for everybody here in the audience. If they did that, if they said, no, let's get rid of the maps, nobody has maps anymore, but we're going to allow you, we're introducing a cartography skill, we're going to allow you to kind of discover your own maps, create your own maps in the game in some sort of system. What would you guys think about that? Would you be mad that now there's no maps at all anymore, and that now you have to work harder to be able to have a map? What would you think, Cats? Would you be mad, or you'd be happy if they just got rid of the maps?
Like if they just removed them completely.
And then they said, okay, here's a cartography skill. Now you have to build your own map. And they include like a system like that. And so new players into the game wouldn't have it.
Personally, I'm always up for a challenge. So I know personally I would love that. But I could imagine that there would probably be some backlash. Then again, there are the community maps already existing. So in that regard, it's not like people would be completely, lost. I mean, the veteran players would probably then be using the community maps. And that's a problem in itself, I guess, a little bit, because it then sort of defeats the purpose of creating your own map in the game. I mean, would that drive traffic then to the community maps?
Potentially, but how about this? Because I know, Sipiku, you're saying it would be irrelevant, and Kat, you're kind of going the same direction here. That, I mean, there's still community maps, maybe people will just use those, but what if in these maps that you create, you become really good at cartography, and then a skill that you unlock is the ability to pinpoint your location on the map as like a little X or something if you're successful at that skill, for like a one-time thing. You would activate it. And you'd have to be really good at it.
That definitely has some potential right there, yeah. Because by the time you would get to such a high skill, you would have been forced to already learn how to navigate, the old school way, to look at the landmarks. And due to that knowledge and wisdom that you would have accumulated, by that time that you would be able to see that marker, you would have benefited already from that experience.
Yeah, and Tuxie's got that good there, right? Because Tuxie's saying, maybe it's like they show you the general area if you're only at a specific skill. And as you're getting up at skill, it becomes more precise and more precise and more precise.
And Tuxie actually has hung out on my streams as well. And like I've said to Tuxie before as well, like Tuxie has a lot of great ideas. Tuxie, I really hope that you're sharing your great ideas on the Worm forums, in the suggestions forums, because man, you are full of great ideas all the time.
Yeah, and what I think is great about this idea in particular is Sipiku's reaction, which is some people are going to say, you know what, I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm fine with the like maps, out of game maps, the community maps. Let somebody else do it. So then you have people that'll say, this is amazing, I am the cartographer, and they specialize in this. And now even if you're not with those players, or even if you're with those players but you're not a skilled cartographer, you could benefit from their skill. And I mean, we're just theorizing some benefits. There could be more. We don't know. And We're really going through a forest here, and so there could be some benefits for having the ability to have somebody really high skill in this thing.
Mhm.
And
Well, in Ultima Online, we could actually make our own maps and sell those to other players as well. How do you feel about that? That you would be able to give that knowledge over to somebody? I mean, there's good and bad sides, of course. That person then loses the opportunity to learn the cartography, you know, go through it the hard way. But then again, it gives a use to that. Yeah,
But
go ahead.
how about if the map was just an item? So you would have the item in your inventory to see the map of that server. And you would have to collect the maps that you want to see any of
Hmm.
them. They could still make it so the maps, if they wanted to show them in the game, they would just be like a generic landmass of some kind.
Hmm.
If they're still wanting to say, like, here's a bunch of maps, like for new players that come into the game on the tutorial and they've got to choose their server. Right now, you basically see all the landmass. Like, that's how you choose your server. So they would have to figure out a different way there to
That's true.
showcase,
That's true.
which
Hmm.
I'm fine with. They would have to. I don't know. I think you guys probably have some good answers there for this. Sipiku, you think Worm's biggest draw is how innovative it is? Like 15 years later after launch, it's still providing a gameplay that very few others do in very limited aspects. So for Worm, the way is keep innovating. So I want to play as a horse. I finally got to your point here, Sipiku. You want to play as a horse and become the best mount on the server. Talking about that, this has nothing to do with Worm, but that's what drives players to games like Project Gorgon. if anybody's ever played that, I know, Katz, you're saying you've never actually played it, but
No, not
you
yet.
can live your life as like a cow.
So it's
So
not
it
just
wouldn't
like a
be as
temporary
immersive.
thing. You can actually live your entire character's life as a cow in
Yeah,
that game.
and other
What?
animals and stuff like werewolves and things. So the way that it works in that game, as far as I'm aware, because I only played it for a few months, was you could, let's say you wanted to be a vampire or something, you would have to go out and try to like get cursed as the vampire, and that curse is like forever. It never goes away. And that's what they would do. You like turn into a werewolf, or you turn into I see a hellhound or a cow or something. And then there would be other ways that you could remove that enchant or curse on yourself if you're wanting to. But as far as I'm aware, if you're going to take that route and become like a cow or something, then they would have like a progression that you can go through to become the best cow ever.
The best cow ever.
Yeah,
So you played Project Gorgon.
we
Interesting. I didn't
did.
know that. Oh, so you were
Yeah.
both playing that together. So I mean, so many people ask me whether I've played that and are trying to get me to try that. So what were your experiences of Project Gorgon?
So it's different. It's more. So we know what it's like to play EverQuest, and for all you guys in the chat that's played EverQuest, like, you know what kind of game that is. I can't really explain it well, other than that is like World of Warcraft, but the harsher. It's like the difference between World of Warcraft. If World of Warcraft was Minecraft, EverQuest is like Worm. They sound like the same game when you're explaining it to people, but
Right.
we know as Worm players they're not the same game. And so that game had classes, and you would level up those classes. Project Gorgon is not so dissimilar in that they have classes, and they allow you to have, I believe, 2 classes at the same time, which is, I guess, similar to, let's say, Guild Wars was. And so, oh, there's an opening. And Arcaicus, are we searching for anything? So we're trying to search for not only players, but making our way, although I don't know if we're doing a good job of it,
Hunting for newbies, right, Farron?
Yeah, hunting for newbies. And we're hoping that traveling towards Sonata will help us get closer to players. So that's what we're going for. So yeah, Project Gone, that's essentially what it feels like. It feels like you can collect classes and you can become classes, you can level the classes, unlock skills. It's very centered still around combat, just like World of Warcraft or EverQuest is. And what I feel like players really like about it is because it brings back that nostalgia that you had way back before World of Warcraft came out. And that, that draws players in. It gives you that sense of old school nostalgia and the mystery behind the way the world feels and immersion feels. And if you can get into it, a lot of players can. They get really stuff out of it. So it depends on really what you're looking for. Worm is not the same kind of game. Let's say that.
Right. And is there anything about Project Gorgon that, like, obviously you guys didn't stay on there, so I guess it wasn't the game for you guys, but is there any aspect of Project Gorgon that sort of leaves these little twangs of wistfulness that, man, that one thing in Project Gorgon was really cool. I wish we had that in Worm.
I would say, I mean, this would be kind of crazy. This would be the same thing I would say for EverQuest. If Worm ever were to figure out a way to include not just a better combat system, but a better, more fleshed out combat. God, I'm going to say the same word. Combat system. And by that, I mean, Worm doesn't just change the mechanics of combat, which is what I think a lot of people focus on, but Worm does more of like what they did with cooking. They took cooking and they flipped it on its head, and they included hundreds and hundreds of new recipes, and then they built an entire mysterious system around it and released it. So that's what I would say Worm would have to do with its combat. So instead of focusing on, okay, how do we change the way that combat works? Which in essence, like, let's say they did all that with cooking, but can you really say that cooking, in essence, the mechanics of it has changed? Because we're still taking items, we're putting them in an oven, and we are cooking them until they turn into food. So that, like, the mechanics hasn't changed for cooking, but whenever we talk about it, we're saying, oh, cooking's so different. It's like this massive system now. It's so much better. And I think they need to do something similar with combat. So instead of focusing on the mechanics of the actual fighting, we need to make it more complex and flesh it out more. And they could do that in a way Project Gorgon did that, which is like, you have different classes or let's not even call them classes, have different like specialties. I want to learn this way of fighting or that way of fighting and that sort of thing. And then you can level those up independently and become a master of those classes. And then those ones have special amount of skill or skills that you can unlock. Skills is a bad word. Let's use abilities to unlock and become a master of that sort of combat mechanic. It could be as simple as having a combat hotbar with different abilities that you can use during combat.
Well, speaking of abilities, I mean, these special moves that have been hidden, like, all of these years, seriously, I had never even noticed that we have special moves because there was this weird little thin little gray icon on the fight window. I never honestly even paid attention to those. And it was
Yeah.
only through when I was helping out with the UI and I was working on the fight UI that I realized that we have these special moves. And then the devs were explaining to
Right.
me that, yeah, they do a little bit in the PvE side, but they're mainly meant for the PvP side of things.
That's right.
And it just feels like a huge wasted opportunity because that just excited me so much before I realized that they don't do much. I was like, man, this is going to really make like combat so much more interesting. Because what was it, like 70? There's like over 70 of them.
There's
Imagine
so
all the
many. Yeah.
possibilities. Yeah.
I wish that they acted differently. I guess I know why they did it in the way that they're doing it, which is, you try to activate it, and then there's this long timer that counts down until it tells you whether it was successful or not. I feel like it should be the opposite. It should be you press it, and then it automatically activates, and then there's a cooldown timer that waits the same amount of time, and that way it gives you a little bit more of like preciseness to when you want to activate some ability. But you're right, like it's not really for PvE. We do need some PvE combat abilities, and it would be a whole system that somebody would have to think up, and we can say how great it would be to have something like that, and we know how much work it would be for them to actually work on that.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking years of work, and are we willing to wait that long for a system like that? But yeah, that's the dream. I'm sorry, guys. I'm missing so much of your comments. So Bugard Project Gorgon has unbelievable NPCs. They talk to themselves. They each have their own personalities that your player need to interact with and friend up with. Yeah, that's true. They have a really nice, and I'm going to use the wrong term here, an EverQuest term. A really nice like faction sort of system, like an NPC system where you have to befriend or get NPCs to like you and do stuff for them, and it's nice to see that. And what players like is that it doesn't throw these NPCs in your face. There's nothing like above their heads showcasing that these guys exist and they need your help to do something. And Seppuku combat inside is complex and fun. It's just that the interface, the fighting animations are not dynamic or fun. Also, the constant target dropping and having to micro gear off and on makes it tedious. Yeah. I mean, that last part, I feel like could be something they could easily solve if they were just looking into it, where we could have different combat armor profiles and weapon profiles and stuff like that.
I really like what Physics said here. Physic UK said, World of Warcraft is the same as Starbucks. EQ is like an indie coffee shop. Worm is brewing your own bean.
Aww.
That's so true, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so true. And so while you have so many comparisons over Ultima Online and Worm, almost like they're very similar, EverQuest was not very similar to Worm, but at the same time, it was almost like you could say if you liked EverQuest, then there's a very big potential that you would also like Worm, and but it's harder to really identify why, because the feature sets and the mechanics of it don't really translate the same. But I think what it was for me personally was when you're playing EverQuest, it was extremely immersive. It felt like a large world. Like back in 2000, felt like a large world. It felt like something that you were living in. It was so vast and well put together. The maps were amazing to look at. Traveling the lands took a long time. The different ecosystems they had while traversing it, and the lore. And so Worm has a lot of that as well. And that's sort of the experience that you get. You come into this game and you're fearful for your character and you're trying to survive, and the world feels like another living, breathing world like EverQuest did. And I think that was the comparison that I made.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sipiku saying, yeah, they don't need to make something complicated to be fun. Simple can be fun as well. That is true. You were so sad, Sipiku, when they gave up making the new EverQuest. Yeah. I don't know the whole story about that, but it definitely was not great when they came out and they just sort of gave up, and then the stories coming out saying like they didn't really have a game. It's almost like they just had a bunch of mechanics. They're just like, well, this is cool. Voxel is really cool. Look at all this stuff that Minecraft made popular. That's cool. Let's just try to make these mechanics and then we'll figure out the game later.
Did you guys play EverQuest 2 very much, by the way?
We did. Yeah. I mean, not as much as EverQuest. We played it probably like way after its release. It was not... So EverQuest 2, even though it has the same name, it was not like a successor to EverQuest. It was a successor to what they wanted EverQuest... What's the word? It's almost like they looked at EverQuest and said, wow, we made a lot of mistakes. And they were looking at it from like a dev point of view. Like, we didn't expect them to be able to do this or that or the other thing. And let's create a game that removes all these mechanics and makes it so that we devs have more control over the gameplay. And by doing that, they removed all of these features that EverQuest, that the players like learned to use to their advantage of the way combat works and stuff. And they just stripped it out of the game and they tried to cookie cutter and streamline another game together, called it EverQuest 2, and that was the game we got. All the classes felt very similar. All the monsters, they all tethered back to their spots. They tried their best to get rid of systems like kiting, and I mean that's essentially, we came into the game and then we noticed that it was very polished, very shiny. When you're playing it, a little strange at first, I would say, coming from EverQuest.
I tried EverQuest
too shiny.
Yeah, I tried EverQuest 2 for like a couple of days. To me, it felt very, very generic. I didn't see anything. I mean, of course, I tried it, years after it already come out. So I had already been sort of burned out on all the other theme park MMOs by that time. So it's sort of like no wonder it felt generic, but it would have been, that's why I was kind of like asking, because I was wondering how it would have felt when it first came out. But you guys also played it later on then. So you didn't play it when it first came out.
Yeah. I would say this. So they were creating EverQuest 2, and I don't know the story there, but EverQuest 2 came out before World of Warcraft, if I'm not mistaken. So at first, it was like their response to EverQuest. Yeah, look at all these horses. They're just everywhere. And we haven't really come into contact with anybody yet.
By the way, if we do spot a rare horse color, we could, because we've got like a whole bunch of goodies in our goodie bag. We could have a horse as an additional goodie as well to lead along and take with us for the stuff that we're gonna do. Yeah, but I haven't spotted. I haven't really been focusing to be honest. But yeah, lots of horses in that spot.
Yeah, if you do see one, yeah, let me know. If any of you guys see one in the chat looking at the stream, let us know if we're missing it. Let's go this way. So we'll go around the water. Gotta really start to baseline where we are soon. But I guess to finish that thought, then World of Warcraft came out. Another old Hellhorse. I think that was number 4 or 5 that have been old or above. Yeah, World of Warcraft came out, and then their direction kind of shifted, and it became them trying to do what WoW did. They're trying to implement features of World of Warcraft the best they could. And that's probably the game that everybody remembers. Is that a gray? Yeah, I think it's a gray. Hard to tell from this distance. EQ2 came out 2 weeks before WoW. That is what killed it. Yeah.
Really?
It definitely had a big...
2 weeks. Yeah. Wow.
They both were sort of trying to be the next EverQuest, and even though EverQuest 2 had the name in it, they did not win that battle.
Oh, and I never realized, so Barantor is saying that Vanguard came out the same month as Burning Crusade. I didn't realize. I always thought that Vanguard was like an older game than that.
No, so Vanguard came out way later, after EverQuest 2 and after all that stuff, and it was... I guess it had, I don't know how many, I mean, it had Brad McQuaid on it, which was the developer that was one of the original people that worked on EverQuest. And so people were looking at this game as this spiritual successor of the original EverQuest. Like, and that's how they were touting it, was more like, what if we took EverQuest and everything you loved about EverQuest and added new gen features, next gen features, and then released a game, called it a Vanguard. And that's why at the time we were really excited about it. Or at least I was really excited about it. But yeah, that's a long story, and Barantor, you're sort of touching upon it. It was sort of a mess of code getting strung together, lots of stories, ran out of money, didn't have enough funding to really finish it properly, and then Sony, of all people, who owns EverQuest, bought it as like a last sort of straw. They just like, well, we'll take it off your hands and release it the way that it is, and that's what they did. So they kind of saved it from not releasing at all or ever, because originally it was supposed to come out, be getting published by Microsoft, of all people. And that didn't happen. Oh, and Barantor, you went to the pre-release convention for Vanguard when it was still going to be a Microsoft title. Yeah. That's crazy. And they must have marketed that thing like crazy at the time. I remember watching videos, and a lot of the stuff in those videos didn't quite happen the way that they were showing it off. And Validate, you missed the Vanguard political system. Yeah. Sort of like a mini game for people that haven't played Vanguard. I guess you will never really play it. What was it? The diplomacy system? It was like a little mini card game that you would use, and you would level it up independent of combat. Anyway, we're really getting off topic, aren't we? I mean, Vanguard was a great game, but that game did not lend itself very well to roleplay. So the question here that I think, like, whether you like role-playing or whether you don't like role-playing game, maybe you either don't like it or you've never done it, that would be besides the point to these questions. The question here is, in Worm, have you seen any players actually roleplay that much over the time that you spent in this game? And while you guys in chat just answer that simple yes or no question, have you, Kat, seen anybody roleplay in the game over the last, how long have you been playing? 6 years?
Yes, I have. I would say percentage-wise, the people who... So you have, like, of course, in role players, you have some people who are strictly stay in character at all times, never break their character. And I can think of somebody who actually continues their character even in the stream chats, and that would have been Chabney. And I think that's just so charming that Chabney sort of continues his character right into the stream chat. And every time I bump into Chabney in the game, he stays strictly in character, and it's always so magical to interact with him. I wish I had the strength to do that myself, because it's really magical. But then there is also a large percentage, like if I think from the rest of the players that I've interacted with, I'd say about 10 to 15% try to lightly role play, that they're trying to sort of be, it could be that they don't even realize it themselves that they're role playing. They're just like acting their character in the game, and they probably don't even realize there's like a title for this. This is role playing basically. So they don't talk about real life stuff. They don't use the internet, slang. They talk like you would in a medieval, well, not with that kind of dialect, but they're talking from the point of view of their characters. So yeah, about 10 to 15%. And then there's going to be a group of people. If you start to role play with them, they will join along, even though initially you could tell that they probably weren't going to. They were just going to like talk normally like you would in the forums or whatever. And they love to just join in. And then of course you do have a section, I would say maybe 15% of people, if you try to sort of role play lightly with them, they're just like, they don't even know what the heck is going on, and they just you can see right away that they're not going to play along. They don't even know what you're doing. They're just like puzzled, like, why are you speaking this way? And then in those situations, I don't force it. I just sort of give up at that point, and then I just talk normally with them. And that's why I say that I kind of admire Chabney, because he really sort of sticks to his in-game character and stays in character at all times. And I'm sure that has created a lot of magical situations for a lot of players. So what about your experiences, Farron? Like, how often have you guys bumped into other role players in Worm?
So, I mean, after saying, "Oh, well, Vanguard's not a game that was like really great for role playing," I actually played with role players in that game. So there's one guy that he was a shaman, and shamans were known in that game to be able to turn into other animals, just kind of like similar to, I guess, World of Warcraft. And they could turn into bears. And so one guy just role played the entire time as a bear. Like the entire time. And he did that. I was in a guild, and we transferred over to EverQuest 2 at the time. And he was still like the bear. And he would always talk like he was a bear. He always wanted fish. He always talked about, like, every time he'd come into the game, he would ask for a fish. And
that's cool.
Yeah, and you could talk to him, and like out of the chat, and he would be like, he's a really nice guy. But while like in the game, in local, or in even in the Alliance chat, he would be talking in his character. So that was really cool. And before I really get far down this, yes, chat, I am a little lost, but I am a little lost on your chat as well. I'm kind of falling behind. So, Perigi, I love this. Have you thought that Chabney isn't role playing at all? That that's just him? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know Chabney enough to know whether that's a true statement or not.
Who knows? It could be actually Chabney.
With a strict RP server.
Ches got a black silver foal.
Ooh.
Lucky ducky.
That's awesome.
Sipaku was saying, would a strict RP server be successful in Worm, or would it have to be connected to some cluster? I don't think a strict role-playing server would ever work in Worm, simply because we don't have the staff to sort of uphold the rules. So back when World of Warcraft first started, and there was the role-playing servers there, Blizzard actually had time to address, like, if role players were like reporting players who were bothering their role-playing sessions or making characters with silly names that don't suit a role-playing server, or if they were talking, even if they were talking out of character and you're talking about, like, last night's like football game on TV or whatever, role players would then report these players that are breaking the immersion for the server. But even Blizzard gave up at some point. At I'm not sure at what level they even
Mm,
control those role-playing servers anymore. Do they address the tickets that people make anymore? I highly doubt it. So I don't see how we could ever have that in Worm, just because the size of the staff is so small. And I think it would just cause a lot of drama. I don't know. What do you think of that? Like, do you think Worm could ever have a strictly role-playing server separately?
well, first comment is I've been going the wrong direction for maybe a
Uh-oh.
little while. So I'm going to try to correct myself. But to actually answer the question, um, I don't think that Worm would need an entire server just to be RP. And this depends on what our classification of what a role player needs to be. Like what compared to the way the game is now, does a game need to provide systems in order for a player to roleplay?
Well, in the case of World of Warcraft, since players can't control the land, they can't control who goes where, and everyone is sort of so, like, just compare that to Worm, for instance. And I do agree with you, actually, because in the case of Worm, if role players wished to, they could reserve a big plot of land, put up walls and a locked gate, and they could ensure that on that area, everyone strictly is in character at all times. Because I think the point here with having, so what is the point of having a strictly role play anything, whether that be a server, whether that be an area of land? And I think the idea there is to ensure that the immersion, so people are not running around
Mm-hmm.
with names like Britney Spears and stuff like that, and also that any discussion that is happening, out in the say, like in the local chat, actually is sticks to the immersion, and people aren't talking about, I made chili con carne last night. Oh, well, I guess you could say that in it Worm, but you get my idea here, is that they're not talking about real life things and breaking that magic and immersion for people. But here's the thing, like, I guess for World of Warcraft, they had to do that because they had to have separate role-playing servers to set those, standards. Whereas over here, since players are able to control masses of land, they could potentially make a
Mm-hmm.
completely in character area if they wanted to. I agree that we don't actually need a separate server for that. Players can control that.
It's true. I mean, Worm almost lends itself to this kind of like role play just to begin with, just the way that it is. We have the ability to, let's say, ignore players that don't really want to follow it or are trying to cause trouble. We have the ability to do it. And like Validate was saying, there wasn't a Worm Unlimited RP server, and me and Adam did play on it for a while, and their rule was local would be used for RP, and anything else was optional.
And they had a
If I
naming
remember correctly.
rule there as well. I do remember
Right.
that Valiance would address, like, any players that came on there with weird names that weren't, immersive. So yeah, I always meant to try that servers. What was it called again? Valiance's server?
Was it Mystic
Mystic Highlands?
Highlands?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mystic Highlands, that's right. I was always tempted to come and give that a go, but I was just so busy with my other stuff at that time. Yeah, still exists, says Makazi. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, so not sure if I'm missing any of the chat, but I mean, let's create some sort of baseline. What is role playing to you? And this is to you both, Cats and the chat. What do you think role playing is?
That's a big question, but I guess one magical thing about role playing is that it is oftentimes whatever you personally make of it. Because you're going to have these really strict role players who want to strictly follow a certain lore, certain rules, whereas for somebody else, it could, just be as simple as, imagining themselves smithing something or harvesting the crops, and it doesn't have to be all the time either. And everything in between. But for me personally, it is trying to imagine my character's life through her eyes. She doesn't know anything about my life. She doesn't know anything about the world outside of Worm. All of her decisions and her thought processes and the way that I play her as a character are related to the experiences she's having in the game. And any new people I met, like for instance, if I were to meet a new player, even though I knew that person, I knew the player behind that character, had my character never met that person before, she would absolutely treat the situation as she's meeting somebody completely new. So that's basically it, is just imagining and playing the game as if it's through my character's eyes and experiences.
And let's see what some of these people are saying. So, Kementari, you're saying a good thing about having dedicated server areas for RP is that people joining the game or into that kind of play style would be able to see where to go for like-minded players. Yeah, so it's for community reasons. If you had like an area for RPing, it directs them there. I am not NSA. You're saying you can role play around the non-role players, treat them as strange aliens or a strange cult, blabbering weird words or topics that you don't understand. As long as there is no direct briefing, role players can get around any problem, really. And Arcaicus, you're saying you think it is relatively simple what roleplay is. It is what you do and what you say within the settings, as if the character you are playing really only knows that setting, as if the in-game setting is the real world. And you can only know what you could have knowledge of from having only lived in that setting.
Exactly. Right. That's nicely put. Yeah.
Now, in saying that, then I feel like that's what a lot of players did. And that's what I did a lot in games like EverQuest, in games like Vanguard, in the sense that, let's say I started a character and I was a troll, and then all of a sudden, trolls in EverQuest were not the smartest bunch, I would say. Or if I wanted to roll a halfling, and then you would take on that persona when you're talking to people. You wish Worm staff would at least roleplay like they are working on a new combat system. Yeah. But then, we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want them to pretend. So here's a quick dilemma update. So we haven't found many players.
I'm surprised, actually.
Yeah, we have made it to a desert. I don't necessarily see... Okay, so there's a mountain. Maybe that's the mountain here, maybe, or this one.
Oh, I have a feeling we're
And
much more west than that.
you think so?
We've been going on forever now. And I'm so surprised that we haven't bumped into anyone. But of course, to be fair, that last time I went, I was going along the southeast corner. So it would have been along the sort of shorelines. Whereas now we're in the middle of the server, so maybe.
I don't necessarily see. Here's the problem. I don't see a desert. Does anybody see a desert on this map next to water? There's a desert. This looks like steppe. Did I go somewhere I shouldn't have gone? So west, yeah. West would be this direction. And there's another. It's almost like I have no idea where I should be going at this point. Seeing no players and seeing no landmarks.
Yeah, now you see what I'm talking about, that it's really hard to actually, like, navigate on this server. So, how about yourself, Farron? How do you see role playing? What does it mean to you?
I think it's very similar to what you guys are saying. Being able to play a character in the game in the sense that you become your avatar, whatever you're wanting it to be, him to be or her to be. And oh, okay, gators here. And like, I mean, I would say that it's that simple. Like, and it gets more confusing in the sense that because it's so open and you can basically say, I want my character to be like whatever, as long as you stick to that. Like, that's your character, that's your character's personality. We often all do this already. We often all already have some sort of character in mind when you're in the game that's not quite yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And so in that respect, it's almost like we're all role play already to a degree. Whether you're in the game, we're talking about Worm, you're talking about if you're a player that stays away from, let's say, real world topics, if you're a player that stays away from politics, real world politics, or what's going on in your life as it is, and you're just saying like, oh, I'm gonna go and chop down that tree, or I'm gonna go make that boat today because that's what I'm gonna do. You're role playing your character in the game. That is you to us. We view you as that guy that's really anxious. You come online and you're really excited to learn something. So you're that guy that's really excited to build that boat, and you're that guy that's really excited to do whatever you're trying to do. And so it's not a big stretch to say that if that's how I view it, and as long as you just sort of stay away from real life issues, real life topics, real life problems, and you're sort of just, I'm viewing that person as role playing. And thank you so much for those 2 follows, Purple Wedgie and Kementari 1771. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's how I've always viewed it. I didn't need somebody to tell me to role play.
That makes total sense. And just, you know, like, one thing is that we are playing a medieval game, And I think most people, when they're like, of course, there are some people who set up really crazy, wacky looking deeds with, bright pink things, and they try to make like modern looking structures and so forth. But it seems
Mm-hmm.
like most players at the end of the day, they've come to play Worm because they enjoy that medieval setting. And
Mm-hmm.
that in itself already is an indicator that there's a little role play in that person. Because if we were to, let's just say we were to strip all of this medieval stuff, and a Worm would be suddenly converted to a modern day game, like The Secret, what was it? The Secret World. I guess that's like a modern time like setting. There would be an
Yeah.
upheaval. There would be an upheaval. People would be, that just goes to show that for people it's actually important that this is a medieval game. They're enjoying immersing themselves in that imaginary experience of living in the medieval times, and having, you don't have the TVs, and you don't have the computers, and you don't have the
Mm-hmm.
mobile phones. You're having to just um, survive basically on these primitive tools and so forth. So in a way, everyone who is playing Worm are kind of role playing without even realizing it.
Right. And I think that a lot of us, and me included, when we were playing games back in the day, EverQuest back in the day, we were role playing without even realizing it. That's just what we did. We immersed ourselves in the world. That's what we loved about it. We, oh God, that's just what we did.
Hmm. And
And there
actually,
were people that talked about political stuff and people that talked about real world stuff. And those are the things that really would break that immersion into the world. But you didn't happen often, and that's probably why I stay clear even today, even in EverQuest and stuff, of any of those world channels,
mm,
Freedom and GL Freedom and
I
Trade,
don't read
and
those either. Yeah,
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 I stay
yeah.
away from them because it breaks that immersion into the game for me. I don't even think of
Hmm.
it as it breaks role play for me. It breaks the
Mm,
game for me.
hmm.
And that's why I sort of stay away from those type of things, or I don't really make it a priority to catch up to those things. And if you're that type of player as well, like if you're sitting there and thinking, I don't necessarily like what they're talking about in GL Freedom, like whatever it is, maybe you're a similar type of player as well, and that you would not mind role play at the same time. And before the chat gets too far here, typical saying, yeah, I just imagine that others are role playing. I mean, pretty much, in the sense that I just imagine other people are playing. They enjoy Worm and the Worm reality with us. I mean, that's why we're playing. They talk about Worm, and I mean, that's what I do whenever we're in local chat. If we ever find somebody here around, we'll do the same thing. And Lakabar was saying that he thinks that to stream role playing, all you would want is a proxy chat voice chat, which is really funny because Worm had a proxy voice chat when we started back in 2012, and nobody used it. It as far as I remember, it worked. I remember hearing some players talk in the game. Nobody did it.
But I'm guessing that the people were probably not even using it for role play though. Um,
I don't remember a lot of people using it in general, and I think it
mm.
was because, and correct me if I'm wrong for people that remember those times, Rolf made it a feature you had to pay for.
Oh my goodness.
If I remember correctly.
You had to pay for, but I guess
Extra for it.
he must have been paying for some, a server system for that, or something. I'm not sure. I'm not
It
sure how
must have
those work
been.
at all.
Yeah, I think it was a third party thing that like Worm
Mm,
does a lot of those things. incorporated into the game, and then I don't know if he paid like for a server service of some kind, like back then, and that's why he wanted to offset that cost, that if you wanted to use it you'd pay for it, and then eventually just found no one was using it and removed it from the
Well, no
game.
wonder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, of course, Lockabar, he is a new Worm player, and he is a very experienced role player, actually. It's been really lovely, just like talking about, if we just very quickly talk about who
Mm.
are our new, Wormian streamers, there's actually a few role-playing streamers as well. We've got Elminster, who's actually streaming right now. We've got Lakabar, who has a lot of experience with roleplay. And we had a real juicy conversation about roleplaying on Lakabar's stream one day. And Lakabar, you were explaining on your stream about games like Ark, and we were talking about all these these games that have like the role-playing servers that the players have set up, and how everyone is role-playing with voice. I don't think I could do that myself. I'm much more like I like to just do it in text, but still very fascinating to watch those streams for sure. And so you would like to see something similar for Worm, that people would be, I mean, if it would be like a separate channel only meant, like a voice channel only meant for role-playing only. I think that's what Lakabar was talking
Right.
about here.
There, maybe Adam remembers it better. That it was like in beta, this voice system, and that, wait a second. Okay, hold on while I wait. It was in beta. It was free to use at the time, but it was going to be something that you'd have to pay for. And before that happened, they decided to remove it. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, that's an idea, Validate. Just a Discord RP channel.
Yeah, these days it's so much easier, right? With Discord. Back then,
Yeah,
it was
you wouldn't
like Ventrilo or something.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to have it in game. That's so true.
It's more the proximity effect of making it in game would be really cool. And it was pretty cool.
Right. Yeah.
I don't remember it working very well, but yeah, it was really cool.
It would definitely have to be optional tech PK for sure. Like if there was that kind of like voice RP channel in game, personally I probably wouldn't be using it just because I'd be too shy to be a part of that. I would also just use text, but for those who do want it, that would be cool.
And thinking about it, something I just remembered, EverQuest 2 incorporated 2 systems into their game. I never really used it. I wasn't playing it at the time, but one of them was the ability to change your voice in the game. So they had in-game voice that they incorporated, and you could change your voice to match your character if you wanted to. Like you could talk like a troll or an ogre. You could talk like a little gnome or something.
If
and
we
then
had
they
something
also
like that, maybe then.
And they went even further. They had the ability to track your face like you're doing with your character in your avatar's face in the game.
I think I saw, wasn't that supposed to be for the EverQuest, the new thing that they were doing? I saw a trailer about that actually. So what was that supposed to be? The landmark or whatever it was called.
Landmark. I believe that they had that there as well, and they were test driving it. I don't know if it really. Yeah, so Validate, you remember that too. So they incorporated into EverQuest 2 as well, I think, to try to test drive that functionality. They did that a lot with EverQuest 2.
Yeah, I never realized it was actually up and working in EverQuest 2. That's interesting. And Pyro is saying Star Citizen is doing something similar to that with tracking facial features. I didn't know that either. Interesting.
So here's a question. I keep seeing...
You're going in circles, Farron.
Yeah, the adolescent hellhound raises the settlement alarm. What settlement alarm? Is there a settlement around?
I was wondering the same thing, yeah.
Anybody see a settlement of any kind? Wait, so what is that over there? Is that, I mean, almost could be farmland. I don't think it's farmland. It's,
Tundra?
Is it tundra? I mean, it's large and it's red, but do these maps even show tundra? They don't. They do not. Or else we would see giant red spots. So the announcements are just from our own village. Okay. See, this is what happens when you never buy a Spirit Templar. Ever. And you join a village with one. I mean, at least we're going west at this point.
So here's a question, Farron.
Yes.
And I hope I'm not like sort of muddling or messing with your you probably have a list of things that you wanted to ask, but for those, I mean, some people might be listening to us talking and they might, who had never role played, and they might be wondering why. What is the motivation behind role playing to begin with? Why do we do it? Why do we want to do that?
Right. I mean, for me, I think it's different for everybody. It's the immersion, and I do want to get into this topic, but Kronk, I see you said I think you're the first one that tried to do the sub rumpy thing. Did that work or did that not work at all? Did nothing happen? I'd be very curious to know. You don't think anything happened? That is not good. Okay, so let's try that. Somebody try it again right now. Any of those sub rewards. I do want to get it working.
Beanbag did try.
Anybody else? It's working now.
Oh, there we go. Now your voice. No, is your voice working?
It's my voice is working. It's basically made me sad. And we're sad basically because we can't find anybody. And hey Yaga, how you doing? We're trying our best to find something going on here, and just so that everyone's aware, the sub rewards will, and thank you so much for the follow, DeskJet. The sub rewards work it lasts for 30 seconds and times out face filters for another 30 seconds so that it can't spam. So that's why there was a little delay there for the unicorn. For you do, Jensen. It looks like it's finally arrived. So I think we're good. We've got 3 sub perks that you guys can trigger. And oh, thank you so much for the follow forever and ever. And you can trigger them anytime that you want. There's grumpy, there's sad, and currently there's cheer. Hopefully you guys, I've tried to make it so that you guys would use them based on what is going on in the game. Because I am lost, or we are lost. We don't know where we are, and we haven't found anybody. Where are people?
That's really mysterious, yeah. It must have been like an opening night thing that everyone was running around that first night. I'm mystified, to be quite honest. Like that first night when I was streaming, I ran into people Like it wasn't nonstop, but let's say like every 15 minutes or so, I would run into somebody. So that's pretty strange.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stand still for a while. I still think that this direction is west, or I keep messing it up as I keep turning. But there's a mountain, or hilly thing over here, a mountain over there. Why would there be a mountain over there? So that's east. This way is west. Okay, I was completely looking in the wrong direction, but I think I was walking in the right direction. I was trying to go northwest, which is this direction. No, sorry, southwest, as I say northwest. I was trying to go southwest because I think I went too north. But now there's a mountain to the east. So, and that could potentially be this one right here. Is there anything else that looks that pointy? Not really. So
I'm wondering if no, I don't know. Like I was going to say if we're at J21 or something like that, like right at the root of like at the north of this mountain that is at about K22, but surely we've gone more west than that. I don't know.
it almost feels like it. However, this map is quite large.
And we've gone on forever and ever as well.
We have gone on forever and ever. I'm trying to find any point of reference. If anybody has any suggestions. Yeah, and maybe this was why, like, we were basically, I think everybody came to the conclusion that, okay, even if we say that a new server is needed, maybe we only needed a melody-sized server. And that's what we came to the conclusion last week. And a lot of people, I think, came to the same conclusion.
However, I have to say that it has been a little bit like our experiences on Melody have been a little bit claustrophobic, I think, as far as resources, as far as animals, as far as lumber. Like anywhere you go, if you see a forest basically on Melody and you're thinking, oh man, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to chop down some trees and I'll be good to go as far as lumber is concerned. Then you go over there and it's deeded. Then you go to the steps and you don't see any animals. So I feel that considering that there's new players still coming in, apparently, it is good that now we have this big, juicy server with tons of animals, tons of space, tons of resources, so that the game doesn't feel like, oh, I was too late to the party, basically, for like new players. And like just talking about the server in general, I meant to say that so as I traversed the lands on Friday, I experienced that I just felt like the design of this, like visually, this would not be my dream server because I like the tall mountains. I like the tall, epic mountains. However, for a newbie player, this is pretty much perfect. You've got the easy. Oh, what is
Somebody's in local.
Really? A noob?
Somebody's in local. Anybody know who Thurindis is? Has anybody heard of this character?
We have to track them down.
Okay, let's.
Do we have a plan though?
We're going into one roleplay mode, and we're going into. Thank you, Beanbag. We're no longer grumpy. This is not the time to be grumpy. But thank you for turning that on. Even though I don't look it, I am feeling it in my heart. Okay, Thurindis. I'm going to say...
Of course, Farron, if we're truly to be role-playing, we would not actually be able to see Thurindis, right? We would have to find him physically.
That's right. We would have to hear him. Now, if we go within the rules of Worm, then the rules of Worm states that we should be able to hear him within 80 tiles away from us. However
So at least
far
he's
that is,
hearing
whatever
us
that is.
talk. And
Right.
your chat is showing there. The local is showing for the stream chat. So now Theron and I are like acting like we're having a conversation, hoping that Thurindis will notice us in local, right? So this is not
Yes.
us talking to Thurindis, but amongst ourselves.
That is true.
So we should probably continue here. Maybe we could even get into some kind of little disagreement.
Saying it now.
And I'm saying, Theron, you can never properly read a map. I mean, here's the thing.
This is my fault.
Just think about somebody actually reading our conversation who is not a role player.
So let's see. Pause. Oh my god. Okay, I just ran into a hellhound. Let's see if we can navigate around this. Oh, another.
Oh, we lost him.
Lake.
We lost him. We got to circle around, Farron.
No. Okay, I will. Let me. Okay.
By the time we meet this person, they're gonna think that I'm like a total bee. I'm just being so mean to you here in the chat.
Anything. Okay, so they're back. So at some point, that means that either. So we got to choose north or south. I'm going to choose south and see what happens. And we'll keep hearing. If anybody starts hearing chopping, digging, it's fairly quiet. Try not to drag the hound to them. We're trying.
Oh man. That's all we need now.
Can't promise anything at this moment.
Yeah, it's starting to pause behind us. I think we're going to lose it soon.
Cool. So far so good. I'm going this direction.
I have a sneaking suspicion this person is probably not noticing. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Okay, we got it. Salutations. Having troubles in this new land? Did a tyrannical king send you to the wolves?
This is a role player, Farron.
Ooh.
You didn't set up an alt, did you, beforehand?
Nope. There's nothing to do with me. I am completely going on just this is a character. They have no idea who we are. They're not watching the stream. Right? And it's Adam. I can guarantee it's not Adam as he's in a car right now, potentially listening to us or potentially not listening to us. I keep going this way.
And who says there aren't role players in Worm? This guy is like a role player.
I feel like when you start doing it,
it happens.
People love to jump in because the lands of Worm is sort of just like that. Yeah, keep going this direction. He's still in local, but I can't hear him. We know he's there. Pyro, this is like the deed etiquette video.
You know, after all those travels, if this guy turns out to be as juicy as his first phrase, it would have been all
Don't
worth
believe
it going through all of this wilderness to find a guy like this. I wonder if it's somebody in the chat here, in the stream chat. It's so hard for me to believe that somebody would have given such a beautiful phrase to us like that. What?
Where?
Oh my gosh.
We aren't lost.
Antirk says Katz is on the hunt for a juicy man. Oh my gosh, Antirk. Oh, hey, he's responding.
It's been a long journey. This place is out to get us all. We must tame it.
This is awesome. This is so awesome.
I'm going to say, you don't happen to know where we are. It's not that we're lost. We just need a small bit of a help. No, I'm going to say, that's better. Still not hearing him. Hopefully, as I go this direction, let's think about this. So we got him into view. So we basically do have to go this way a bit. Because he would be about 80 tiles away from us. It's gonna be interesting to watch you guys try to get home. You're not leaving us here, are you, Pyro?
And I'm saying, we've been traveling the lands for days. I'm parched. Stranger, you wouldn't happen to have a spot of water, would you? See what he says. So are we going to give this guy a task, Baron?
Yes, we'll have to lead into that. So as we try to find this person, I mean, maybe it's as simple as trying to get this guy. The task is to get this guy to direct us towards Sonata.
Mm-hmm.
That's what our characters really want right now. And if this guy can do it, that's like a skill that we currently do not possess. Okay, still.
He's even using the Old English.
Oh no.
He says, nay, though I not traveled far from civilization, it seems I made a mistake as well. If I look at this blood-stained map here.
Oh.
Man, it's a role player. That is so cool. I literally
cool.
cannot believe it. What is the likelihood that we would have bumped into an actual role player here?
I know. So we've made it to the water. And if I go south, let me just make sure I'm going south. I believe this way south. It's potential that they're around here somewhere, around this water. So Thurin disbelieves you went due east from the town of Sonata. So if we find where that person is and we head east.
He's responding now. I believe I went due east from the town of Sonata.
So depending on where they are... Oh my god. Out of local. Okay, turning back around.
Uh-oh, I hope we didn't miss something. Probably not, because we didn't respond to what
How
he
far
said.
did I go? Is that person running away? They might be traveling too. So it sounds more like... Okay, so at least it sounds like the person is not... Whoa, was that...
It's me. I was thinking that
Oh, that
if he
was you.
could hear our bell ringing, he might come towards us.
Ah. So now the question is, okay, so finally the person is in local. So at this point, like we know two things. One, the person was east of us. And two, the person was north of us. So we have to go north and then go west somehow. East. More tortoises, more wolves, and we could have gotten so much fur. Oh, we got another hellhound. Is that the same hellhound?
Not sure.
Let's move this way.
Wonder where he is. Because, like you say, you would have imagined that person would have been on the shorelines, but I wonder if they're actually walking themselves right now to not settle down anywhere. Pinkstry is saying, did you guys just go through our new deed?
We did not go through a
Yeah,
deed.
I'm not seeing anything in the event window about going through any deeds, yeah.
Maybe they're in a boat. I didn't see anybody in a boat. Didn't see any deeds. I mean, we're coming up to the top here. They're still in local. Anybody see a human?
These little bells, by the way, that would be an awesome way. Like if you wanted to go with a friend out into the wilderness and you wanted to go hunting separately, but then meet up, you could find each other through just ringing bells. King is asking, is that the lake at K25? K25. Oh, I don't think so, Ping. No, we're much more west than the 25 marker. Yeah,
So
we're
I don't
much more west.
see anybody. Ooh. So you can see that the water travels all the way from our east and wraps around us.
There, on the right-hand side. There he is, and he's got newbie clothes on. To the right. Do you
there?
see him?
There?
Where
Does
the
that make
cow
sense?
and the nope. There we go.
Oh, look, a
There we go.
crocodile.
Oh man,
How can
how
we
is he
repay
surviving
you?
out?
Did you?
Hello.
This guy's surviving with his newbie clothes. Does he even have any boots on?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, I feel so sorry for him.
Hello, how are you?
We finally found them.
Fine.
Found the guy. My bet is that he's Lockabar. Is that you, Lockabar? Are you still there? Maybe he just did a shoey. That's why he doesn't have shoes on.
So I'm asking him, like, why he doesn't have any shoes. How is he managing in these rough lands?
Yeah.
He's shocked. He's literally lost for words now that we found him.
From where I come from, I am used to the toiling work of a peasant life.
No shoes is just another day in the life.
Some extra.
I could offer him like one of the bells to make him. I could say something along the lines of like it helping him to scare away the predators.
Yeah. I have a.
Of course, I don't want to weigh him down. How much do these bells? Well, they
Smell a
weigh
bit,
like
but,
0.50. Let me just see if he'll take one of these bells. Ah, he accepted it. Oh, Farron is offering the shoes off his feet. They smell a bit, but they do protect well against the wildcats. Ah,
oh, yeah, me, buddy. Thanks so much for the follow. Hopefully you're enjoying this. Did anybody pop the cheer? And any subs pop the cheer command? Because we found a person finally. If you did pop it, yes.
he's saying, please, I cannot take such things. And I said, you can. Stumbling upon such kind souls as yourself is more than its weight in gold.
Yeah.
Can you?
I'm gonna write something. Oops. I'm a skilled craftsman.
And I'm going to say, can you point to the direction we should go to get to Sonata? What was it called, Sonata, the one? Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
See if he's able to actually use the emote here. So we do have a point emote in Worm. Okay, he's turning, he's turning.
See, are they looking to this point? Well, they said west. And they're looking west. I'm going to give him my shoes.
So, oh, he said, my mistake, southwest. He's going, shoes for me? Ah. I wonder if he lost all his, like, the newbie armor is no drop, though, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it does drop, yeah. Oh, Hackett, good morning. You're just seeing us complete or getting to the end of a role-playing conversation with Thurindis.
Farron is saying, there you go, use them well and don't mind the smell. And I'm saying, and now I have to smell your bare feet. Pinches her nose. Not good, Farron, not good.
One day I will pay you in kind. One day. Oh, good luck on your travels.
I really don't know why my character looks all swiveled around on your stream. She's actually facing this guy on my screen. So strange. I saw something like that on Drongo's stream as well. He was sitting down in a chair, or no, he was asking somebody to pose, and they were all like messed up on his stream before the actual persons. They were like sitting properly. Weird.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Amazing, Farron. We succeeded in finding one person on the
We did it.
server, and it was
Yes.
a role player. How amazing is that? And I know for you guys who are like watching the chat, you're watching the stream, for you guys just to see, you know, the little text there in the box, maybe you saw some of the text above our heads. It probably doesn't feel like much, but when you're actually experiencing it in the game, it is really, really quite a thrill. And especially if you're able
Yeah.
to find somebody who's able to like have that, they have that magical sense about their personality and the character that they're role playing and the things that they say. And especially if you meet somebody in the game who has an imagination and is able to create that kind of magic, it is very, very memorable. Definitely one of my most Like some of my most memorable experiences actually from playing MMOs have been those role playing. So, oh, he was ringing the bell. Let me just ring back as a little response. Cute. Did you hear him in the background there?
I actually didn't hear him.
Yeah, he rang
But
the
that's
bell,
pretty
so I just
cool.
responded. Yeah. Hackett is saying, Adam is looking good this morning.
That's right.
Adam looks good every morning.
No, only this morning, because Hackett said so.
Wow, I can't believe it. So are we now? Are we actually going in the right direction now? Are we going
I believe
southwest?
so. I
Okay.
believe so.
Don't start
And you're
spinning
asking the
around.
person that's constantly spinning around and not realizing. So I will double check, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're going. While we wait, I will eat some food. I believe I brought some in the barrels. Yep. Oh, some have already gone bad, which is okay. Well, I brought so many. Oh no, is there a goblin? Ooh, you want to take it out? Let's take it
Sure.
out.
So
So
since we've talked,
Arcadis, yeah.
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
He's saying this is what he most enjoys, the role play itself, which is why I generally prefer tabletop paper and pencil settings when it is possible. And I think that's completely true. That players that
Much
do like
tabletop, by the way.
D&D, I would say players that do like D&D and that sort of thing would also love the whole roleplay aspect, because that's essentially what you do when you play those games. You are role playing a role in a different world, and the only way to really experience it is to really be able to imagine it in your mind. You have to be kind of creative to do that. And so those players would also come into Worm, and they would love this whole aspect of role playing, or being immersed in your character and immersed in the world as much as they can.
Mm-hmm. Have you done a lot of that tabletop role playing yourself?
We did when we were younger. So me and Adam, he did it a lot with his friends, and then we would do it sometimes, basically playing D&D every now and then, mostly as teenagers or young teenagers. Once we got older, it's just, those type of things, to have a complete day or more than one day to play a game, like it just doesn't
It's still
become
not going to happen.
possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I've only tried it once. It was Call of the Thulu, and I know I'm not like pronouncing that correctly. So that was my one single time that I tried it, and it was interesting. But I have to say, by then I was already playing MMOs and role playing in MMOs, so I think I would have enjoyed that much more had I experienced something like that before finding MMOs to role play in.
Yeah. Ooh. That's just tar. You know what? I stopped a number of times to look at my compass, and I never looked at my never actually looked at the compass. So let me just stop. I was concentrated on eating the food and getting my food bar up. So I'll wait and do that. But that was exciting. That was still exciting. The fact that we found a player and he was willing to play along, and we are going southwest. So I'm more confident at this point. We got what we were after, which was directions. We gave him a bell to ward off animals, and we gave him stinky boots to protect his feet. He's no longer a peasant. I don't know if he's escaped that life. Ooh, look at that view over there. Wait a second. What are these? Oh, it's like a full area of raspberry bushes. From far away, they almost look like just trees that have not sprouted yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought as well that it's like somebody's forest.
Yeah, for a second, I'm like, oh, we're in a place where somebody was chopping down trees. But nope. And more horses everywhere. So it looks like lots of wild. This is what we've learned today about Cadence. Just lots and lots of wild. And that is essentially what Retro was saying when he was announcing it, was that he's wanting a server that they could release that will have free land for time to come.
Mm-hmm. Well, they certainly succeeded there. Now, just imagine if this were just a small server after all. I mean, isn't it kind of juicy that we now have this big, open, wild server that newbies are going to be able to enjoy for a very, very long time? I did understand the points about maybe, like, originally I was actually agreeing with what you guys were talking about on your stream a week ago, that it would have probably been wiser to release instead like several smaller servers. I think it was you guys that said that on your stream. But now, after having traveled it on Friday, I'm really appreciating that it's actually this mid-sized server.
I do like that it's a mid-sized server. I just wonder. So, I mean, we as, I don't know, veteran players or players that are not actually planning to be on this server at all, if we objectively looked at a new player, let's say we agree that this server was created for the new type of player, for somebody that's never played the game before, and they come into the game, they go to Sonata, and they decide, I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna find new lands, I need some untouched land to find and create a deed. And they go out and all they see is just wilderness. And at first this seems great to the new player, wilderness everywhere. But like us, and we're just traveling, and you just end up like not seeing anybody or not seeing any land at all that's been deeded for for like all day. Let's say you play all day, you don't see anything. And then instead of it being like a benefit, it somehow starts becoming like, should I be playing this game? Like, I haven't seen anybody and I haven't seen any deeds or like anywhere. And now, so that's why I was more saying that, like, there needs to be a balance. Yes, we need wildlands, and this is great that they, oh my God. Okay.
Well,
sorry,
that's just
go ahead.
a wolf,
it's just a
though,
raging
right?
one. Yeah, it looked bigger than it is. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna
here's the
take
problem. So the reason that we're not finding anything is because we're in the middle of the server. But actually, had we sailed along the coastlines, we would have bumped into at least 30 to 40 deep by now, because that's what I was doing. So first I was just like traversing sort of like the southeast corner on horseback on Friday, and after that I went with my boat along the shorelines. And a lot of those shore spaces, especially on the eastern coast, are actually deeded all along the coast. So it's just the problem is just that we're right in the middle of the server, I think.
Now, if we think about that objectively, which is great, it's great that there's the shore, the outside of the servers, the perimeter. A lot of it might be deeded, but if we're looking at which kind of players would have deeded those, and those, the answer really would probably be that's the player that came, the veterans that came from another server, or even new players that started a month ago, came to this server, went and deeded as soon as they found some really cool land via a boat. So yeah, the new players wouldn't be able to do that. Oh,
there's a gold horse over there. I mean, it's not anything special, but for a new player, it might be special. So let's grab it. Yeah, sorry to disrupt you there.
No, it's okay. And that's so if we're looking at a new player, and we still haven't been to the starting towns yet, but if we go to the starting towns and we see like tons of deeds just surrounding it, and it gets more busy as we get closer, and then maybe we're still okay. We're still okay for the new players. The players see other players, and they tend to sort of branch out. A lot of players don't travel far before deciding to deed.
Yeah, that's true.
Then I think we'll be okay if that's how it naturally flows. Ooh, another player.
Oh,
Just popped in, so you just
we
pause
can
for a
tell.
second just to re-baseline here.
We can tell from this name, though, that this guy is definitely not a role player.
Absolute
Zab.
Zabba. That's true.
But so here's the challenge, Baron. Can we entice a non-role player to roleplay with us?
That's right. So we're going to. So what did he say again? Was it southwest that we have to go? Okay, so that's this direction. He just came into view, so he's about 80 tiles away from us. Is that horse also? No, it's still gray. All right, how are we going to play this one? No. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm not sure why I'm whispering.
I think we could probably start off the same way, just like chatting in local. So I'm just going to say,
so as a role
your
player,
stinky feet are making me nauseated.
Oh no.
Oh, what's happening?
They went out of local just as I said that. Now I don't know whether they actually heard that. Okay, let me go.
Oh no.
That is weird. So it could be that they're running faster out of my local than I can go on this cart.
By the way, guys, you're seeing apple trees here. Is anyone else bothered by the fact that the apples we actually pick are green instead of red?
Is that just... Oh, or that's the... like when you place the apple on the ground.
Yeah, it's green. Also, we cannot feed...
For a while since.
We cannot feed our horses apples either.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Let's get those two things down. If I'm not mistaken, I would say that the graphic for the apple... Oh, that's a troll, isn't it? Strolling along. So the graphic for the apple probably came in a long time before they put the graphic on the actual tree. So I'm not sure where the breakdown in communication was. I mean, it could have been years between them.
But then just update the resource itself to be red as well.
I wonder how hard that would be. Like maybe it's just... Usually I find when something like that happens...
Willow's saying, I prefer green. Look what happened to Snow White.
Yeah, Willow. But I would still go red. It would be awesome if they could just have both, but only if they'd want to do the work.
I mean, they could do something similar to what the grapes do, that the region, wasn't it so that the purple grapes are in the north part and the green grapes are in the south? That's
Is
pretty
that how
cool
it is?
mechanic. Yeah. Isn't that
That's
cool?
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, what a role player would do, the way a role player, here's a classic example of how a role player would actually handle this
Hmm.
this kind of bug, right? So, well, if we can call it, well, we can call it a visual bug. A role player would look at that green apple that they picked and they'd be like, huh, seems it's a little bit raw still.
Yeah.
Or unripe, not raw, but unripe. Or how do you say that? Not ripened yet.
Right.
So they would find, they would be able to
Oop.
even, they would be able to, uh, with just using their imagination, think of a solution for that that would keep to the immersion of the game. And this was sort of similar to something that somebody else as well, I forget, was it Tech PK or somebody was saying earlier on as well that even if a non role player says like out of character stuff, from the real world, an actual role player would be able to find their way and navigate through that and, treat them, for instance, like they're speaking an alien language. And it's so true. It is true to some extent for sure. Of course, sometimes you will meet somebody who doesn't, there's a certain borderline with that, like how far you want to go with treating somebody that way. If you're going to treat them in character, that, I don't know what you're talking about, or what is this strange language you're speaking, or what is this term McDonald's? I haven't heard of such a thing before. I mean, there's only so far you want to go on a non-role playing server, which is Worm, as
Mm.
not to just become annoying, oh man, one of those annoying role players, you
So
know,
that's a great
insisting
question.
insisting on, the whole role play thing. That's only going to encourage griefing, and, bad feelings. So I think there needs to be some flexibility on a
That,
server like what we play on.
yeah, that's a great question. So let's say we're playing on this server. Somebody mentions something like McDonald's, uh, just offhandedly in the conversation. How would you handle that? What would be your go-to role-playing technique?
If I was playing on a role-playing server such as in World of Warcraft, it sort of depends on whether I can see
How
whether the
about just in
person,
Worm, like
and
today,
just in
if you
Worm.
got somebody? And you were,
Oh man.
going to the whole thing. Holy Dragon, thank you so much for that raid. You come at a great time because one, we're no longer lost, we think, and two, Katz is about to answer a question that I'm very interested in knowing the answer. And the question was, in Worm, and we're talking about, oh my God, everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much, Holly Dragon. And let us know how your stream went. I'd be curious to know how how you were doing there. How long was your stream? What were you up to? And while you answer that, Katz was about to answer. So in Worm, our discussion today is been all about role playing in Worm, or all about role playing in general, and what it would take to get role playing in Worm. And so in this case, if we were in Worm and we were so inclined to be in the role playing mood, and somebody comes along and mentions something like McDonald's or something, or in Canada, Tim Hortons, how would you handle that? So, and there's different techniques that you can do as a role player. So, what would your go to technique be?
I think I'd first try to get a feel of whether the person is just completely like, is the person possibly trying to disrupt my immersion? Like, let's say they had noticed, it depends on whether they had heard me role playing already, and that whether they were trying to intentionally disrupt that immersion by talking
Mm-hmm.
about those types of topics, which is a very unlikely scenario, of course. If that were the case, I would probably just completely ignore that kind of comment. However, if it's like just an innocent person just like talking about real life stuff within Worm, I would probably ask in character in a way that, oh, interesting. What is this like McDonald's that you speak of, or this Tim Horton that you speak of? I haven't
Mm-hmm.
heard of such a thing before. And then anything that they would answer, I would try my hardest to imagine how my character would react to that. And like, for instance, if they're saying about Tim Hortons that, well, don't you know this like donut place, and then I'd go on this. But there, at some point as well, if you start going down a path like this with somebody, it can just get also tedious. That you're never gonna meet eye to eye. They're never gonna understand what exactly you're trying to even do. And then for you,
Right.
it just gets also just tedious, So I think I would just push them a little bit, just to coax them into a role playing thing. And if they're not taking the bait, then I'd sort of, move along, whatever I was gonna do, and sort of drop trying to role play with them. I don't know. It's a case by case situation. How would you do that?
So I was going to say one thing, so I'll say that, but I also love Makazi there. That's a great response. So you could say something like, "Oh, McDonald's. You know what? I've never heard of that one, but I've heard of been to a place, the Limping Troll, and that place has been like really good for their hops or whatever you want to say, or their fries.
Like it, yeah.
That would be an interesting way to go. I would. I mean, before I heard that one, I was almost leaning towards, depending on how the conversation is, if the conversation was just a little bit about whatever they were talking about, McDonald's or whatever, it couldn't be fully about McDonald's. There's got to be something else involved in the conversation as well. I'd probably tend to just ignore that phrase, like one of those things where your character would be like, I've got no idea what that guy's talking about, so I'm going to ignore that and then just refer to the other stuff he's talking about, whether it was something in the game like, digging or building a house or whatever they were talking about as well. And oh my god, I think that's the first sign. This felled tree.
Oh.
It's a felled tree, that we're in some sort of place where people were at some point. So I'm going to go in that direction.
Okay.
And I'm seeing some dirt piles. Ooh, maybe we just have to go over this hill. Oh, and we got 2 people in local.
Nice.
So we've got
Morgamiz and Skips.
Morgamiz and Skips. And just so that you guys are aware, if Adam was here, he'd be saying that I do this stuff all the time. We find people in local and we have fun with them. Adam doesn't like doing this as much as I do.
So there's an actual question for you, Farron.
Oh.
Since you like to role play, but Adam is not so much a role player, how do you guys balance that amongst yourselves when you're interacting with others in the game?
I'm at this. Adam is a WoW PvP player. Brian would be a WoW RP server player. Yeah, that's if we both played World of Warcraft for a very long time. We did for a little while, but nothing. I'm not seeing any people, but I'm seeing a lot of work that has been done here in a tent. Back to the question. How do we balance that?
And are you able to coax Adam into the role play as well?
Every now and then, yes. And I think the only way to really do that, though, is to do it like you're seeing us do this now. So we would have to be talking. We'd have to be on like Discord or something like that, talking to each other outside of the game, getting our story straight, going in there, and then like performing this role play to these people, and usually for a specific goal. Adam wouldn't be the one to do it just to do it.
But he's up for doing it for a purpose of this kind of quest.
Yes. And I tried to get him to to do something similar to this during the launch, the Steam launch. So I had proposed to him going into Harmony server and somehow setting up something where we would have different scenarios. So we'd spend like a day or two prepping like areas near the starter town and maybe some fences or something like that. And then we would plan out different scenarios for new players and we would get them to come to us. We would try to lure them in and try to get them to help us do something in the game, whether opening a mine or finishing a fence for us or doing something like that. And giving them something for it, like we'd get some silvers and give out some silvers. He didn't like that idea. And that's why we didn't do it. But now, we wanted to be quest NPCs. That is 100% correct. We wanted to be real life quest NPCs. And the reason I didn't just think of this and think like, oh, this would be so much fun, which, yeah, right? It would be so much fun. But the reason I actually proposed it, there's the player, and they have a newbie light.
Ooh.
I can't tell who it is.
Newbie
It's one
alert.
of the four
Skips.
people. Okay. I'm pretty sure Thurgandis. I keep spelling his name wrong for a reason. My character's really
We
bad
didn't get
at-
his name though. We didn't introduce ourselves.
Oh, we
so
did
we
it,
don't
did we?
know. No, we
Oh,
don't
no,
know
he-
his name.
We didn't, but I kept saying his name wrong, which is funny. Okay, so let's say I'm pretty sure. Oh, that person has a little deed there. I didn't even
Aw.
notice that. A forge, a cart. Okay, so I'm going to say pretty sure that traveler was wrong. We are not anywhere near Sonata, right? Yes. Zetrin,
And I'm
it's
saying-
so flat.
And I'm saying, or perhaps he was right, and your sense of direction just leaves a lot to be desired. Now this guy is standing at his forge, listening to us arguing.
And Purgy, it's Thurndis, right? It's spelled right in front of you. Yeah. No, like my character will not spell your name right. Yeah, this place is really flat. It's almost like it's as flat as Deliverance was. Oh god, maybe even a little flatter. I wonder how deep it is before you hit rock. Because on Deliverance, it was about 40 dirt, and then you would hit rock, almost like everywhere.
So I'm saying, hey, I see some smoke. What's that over there?
Maybe it's Sonata.
Oh, that's like the town. Oh, that'd be funny. Let's go ask him. Is this Sonata?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's got a little, not even a mine. I guess he just mined one thing out. Two small carts.
Excuse me, sir. Is this the town of Sonata? Is that a sir or a girl, actually? That could be. Imagine how embarrassing if that's actually a girl. Hold on. I'm going to have to get off and see.
You'd have to get close. It might be. I can't tell.
Oh, it's a girl. Oh,
Oh,
no, it's a
no.
boy. It is a boy. It is a boy.
Okay. Let's get off of the cart.
Hello.
Not what I thought it would be.
The answer is just
No. Well, it's not.
But you have a forge. An anvil.
Lots of small parts around. Are you sure?
This has got to be Sonata. Theron, pitch the tent. We found it. I'm being evil. Evil Cats is coming out. Trying to worry this guy. Theron's saying, wait, Saf, not so fast. Where's the grub?
What do you happen?
Where's our dinner? I was promised a warm 3-course meal once I reached Sonata. Farron is being so polite. Aw. No. Okay, Cats. Try and control yourself. Don't be so trolly.
No,
so
I
even
don't.
role players. Even role players can be a little bit of a troll. Maybe you can say something like, "Oh, I think my friend's just confused," or. Hold on. So this guy. So the guy in. Of course, he doesn't know my name is Saf, right? So you would.
Only now, because I keep saying your name.
Yeah. And here's something maybe I think a lot of Worm players don't know, but this old school emoting with the /me actually works in Worm. So I'm gonna use one of those here.
This guy seems really freaked out.
Safarina looks around, bewildered. By the way, is that the cart over there? Okay, I'll hop on. Yeah, we'll leave him alone. Okay, sir, good luck with your smithing.
There's another deed over there. So we had another guy say, it's west of here, alone the lake. I assume he means along the lake.
Yes, Pink Street. Safarina is my character. Yes.
Ah.
Oh, there's another deed. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, please leave me alone. So, yeah. Black Talon. So if this is Black Talon's place.
Yeah, so there was an example of somebody who absolutely did not have any interest in interacting with us and probably actually didn't realize we're role-playing either. He probably thought we were genuinely just noobs who thought they had found.
Which is fine. We got him. Yeah. It's something that if I was that player, I'd be like, wow, I'll never forget these two crazy people.
These dumbasses that came here.
They thought it was Sonata. Okay. Who is this? Raylaney.
Hello.
Makazi
how
says
are
he
you?
could be role playing. True, that's true.
He could be.
Role playing a non role player.
Hello.
Oh, wait. Do you see, Farron? What word did she
Hello.
use? She used the word
Yeah.
I. This looks promising. I'm just going to get off here for a moment.
I'll just say.
So I'm telling her, "Good day, miss. We're lost. We've been traveling for days and days and days and days. Is this Sonata? Have we finally reached our goal?" Raylene is saying, "Oh no, do you have any
Sonata's
idea where
close.
you're trying to go?" And they're saying Sonata is northwest from their deed. And then Rayleigh is saying southwest, northwest.
Southwest, northwest. So it would be that way, this way, I guess. That's what they're saying. What awaits us in Sonata?
A 3-course meal. So do we want to give these guys any kind of
I do.
Yeah.
Let's focus a little bit on their deeds. So it looks like that they're definitely, wow. Did you want to give them this horse?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, do we want to give them a horse or do we want to save that horse for somebody? Because they're clearly collecting horses, so they would
Right.
appreciate it more than maybe perhaps somebody else would. On the other hand, it would be kind of cool to give the horse to somebody who doesn't have enough yet. Like they have a good group going here. I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
going the way that we were going for a while. Almost feel like we should take advantage of. We found people that could actually use a horse.
Yeah, we could incorporate that we've been trying to find a home for this horse, and it looks like they have a perfect home for it.
That sounds good. Let me type that out.
Okay.
Oh.
Is this a stallion or a mare, by the way? That is a stallion. Our stallion has been seeking company for days as well. You wouldn't happen to have some mares looking for little male company, would you? Oh, what are you planning here, Farron? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm still sort of assessing. So they asked us, "Are we travelers?" Obviously, yes.
That's a good point, okay, I guess maybe they're using these horses for meat.
That's a possibility.
I'm gonna inspect this place a bit. Safrina inspects the ground suspiciously. Safrina peers into the cauldron, seeking signs of blood. Is she trying to offer us a mare? She's probably not under. Like if she's offering us a horse, we should absolutely give them that stallion then, because that's very
Yeah.
kind. Oh, that's so nice. Let me just clarify that.
Aw. They would give us a horse. That's
Oh, that's so sweet. No, my dear. Our horse is seeking a new home. We were thinking he might be happy here with your mares. Yeah, she would not expect that for us to just come and bring this beautiful gold stallion over here, would she? She's offering to do a trade.
a trade for.
I mean, this would be
Like
an
something
opportunity to
simple.
give her some kind of little task or something.
That's what I was. A little task. Food? That be too much?
Hey, I see something on the ground there.
Ooh, you do. The eyeball.
Yes. So you see there's an eyeball here on the next to the here, a ram eye just sitting there on the ground looking at
Yeah.
us. So I'm
I have a
saying
liking for raw eyeballs.
it's a bit dirty, of course. But I could rinse it off in the sea in the water. Relania is stunned. Oh, a delicacy, I suppose. It's staring right at me. I think it wants into my mouth. So of course, this is saying, as I try to take it, it's saying steal. I try to eat it and won't let me. So I'm going to
Yeah.
try and find a roleplay way around that.
Mm-hmm.
Miss, my knees are bad. Would you mind picking it up and handing it over? Instead of, so a role player would never say that, hey, your permissions are stopping me from taking it. Because, of course, my
Yeah.
character doesn't know anything about permissions, right? So I have to find a roleplay way around that. Seeing it in the trade window. She opened the trade window.
And is looking for it, maybe.
Maybe. There isn't any bug related to the trade window right now, is there? Other than the middle
Not that
sector.
I know.
Yeah. Nothing is appearing here at all. So it's just been here for a few minutes, actually.
Well, Saf has bad knees. It's canon now. Commentary. Oh my god, I would have lost it by now with that last comment, Cats. Oh man.
Oh, she's
You
new.
could see
Oh,
how...
look. Did you see that? Oh, she's doing the OOC with the brackets.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's so lovely. So I'm going to
I'm
respond to her
new
in
and
the
don't know how to
brackets.
trade. Little
And we
help.
can explain. We can explain to these
That's
guys.
so cool.
No worries. Drag it into the upper right portion.
They're new and they managed to drag a aged hellhorse into here.
So role players, sometimes you're forced into a situation where you have to talk. There we go. Where you have to talk out of character, so-called OOC. And let me just bow to her. Thank you. Thank you so much, miss. I'm famished. Safarina takes a bite out of the eyeball. And so now, Farron, it's your turn. See how Farron reacts to this. Would you like a nibble, Farron? I'm going to call you Master Farron, because you're a leatherworker master. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. No, I thought that was actually Farron saying that. So Raylan, he was saying, as long as it ain't me own, you're taking a bite from, laughs nervously. And I thought that was you, Farron, because of the whole like eyeball licking thing that has been going on Drongo's stream.
No. Oh my god, Dark Deathwind. Oh man, so giving 5 gifted subs to the community.
Oh my goodness.
Who got them, guys? Nigel, a very loving robots there, Bibsy, Kush Blazing, Warpheus, you all now have a sub. A sub thanks to Deathwind, and you have the ability to use those commands. I think one of those commands is something that we could do. Who wants to pop the cheer command for Deathwind? Oh, there you go, Beanbag. Everybody thank Deathwind for that. That is
Oh, that's so nice of you,
so
Deathwind.
nice, yeah.
So Farron, I think have you let go of the horse yet?
Since we ate. Thank you. Not yet, but thank you for being so kind.
We need a fun name for that stallion. I'm just gonna call him our stallion Buttercup. Will be so happy here. I hope he gets along with the herd. And we should ask her for directions as well. Sorry, miss. Which way
You should
should
say
we
which
go?
way again, because they
Which way again?
did
First of
tell
all,
us, but
I've at least forgotten
yeah,
completely
let's
what
forget.
they said.
That's right. Reaganation might want to wipe off the retina from your chin. You know what? I'm going to say that.
Northwest. Northwest it is. Thank you, miss. Farron wipes off the retina from his chin. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so sweet. So what role players do when they're forced to say something out of character is they will put the phrase in brackets to symbolize that they're now speaking out of character so that you can sort of not have your immersion broken. So this is an actual role player who knows those rules. What is the likelihood? Who was it? Somebody said on the forums that they've never ever seen a role playing happening in Worm. And now, Farron, within a few hours, we have met how many people so far? We've met like 3 or 4 people, and half of those people have been role players so far. So I refuse to believe that role players do not exist in Worm.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to be before they figure out the trading window.
Yeah, the problem is it's missing that middle part. I did talk to
I think it was a little more. It's always been a weird window, even in the past. Willow, how many eyeballs do I have to eat before to become an RP? Worming. About 4. Farron can't talk. He's role-playing a deer. I can do both at the same time.
Did they finally accept it?
Yep.
Okay, excellent.
We are off. It's not south. What did we say? Southwest?
Let me see.
Or was it northwest? It was northwest. And now I'm going to go in the opposite direction.
Fair. So evil. No. She'll be worried that we went off into the wrong direction. Oh. But seriously, guys, did you just see that? Did you just witness that? We met a second actual role player in the game. This was not a fluke chance. This was an actual role player because she knew how to use the brackets to talk out of character. Who says there are not role players in Worm? Oh, she's shouting Northwest. Oh, Farron, you're so evil.
They could be watching the stream. More than likely, in this sense, I would say they're not watching the stream unless anybody informed them. I feel like at this point, okay, we're getting closer and closer to what would a Viking sound like? I always wondered. I'm not very good at talking like another person, but
is that Achaicus's character in the local, by the way?
No.
I see Achaicus Grey in the local there.
No.
What are the odds? Achaicus, is that you? Because I know you started playing Worm now. You started on this new server, didn't you? I'm seeing Achaicus Grey. Is that you? That horse went to the exact right home. Such a kind lady. She was going to give us one of the few from their little herd. Oh, look at, oh, there it is.
Wow.
There it is. Wow, indeed. Look at all the marble.
I wonder, is that it? Or yeah, that must be it.
That must be it, yeah.
And that's why there's so many players here.
And there's Achaicus Grey. And he's not saying anything in the chat, so I have to believe it's gotta be him. Because he's being mysterious now in the stream chat.
Well, he did ask, after I study a thing, then the game tells me I have to record the result. Is that from a game menu or something? Study a thing. Was he talking about, if you're still there, was that archaeology? Where you have to record the result into a book. What is the book called again?
The Almanac?
Or not archaeology. The, I mean, it could be archaeology or it could be the almanac for the fruits, for the harvest fruits area. Yeah, that's probably what you're talking about.
I think he's AFK because this guy's not actually doing anything either, and then Achaicus is also quiet in the stream chat.
See, the almanac, that.
Oh, there he goes. He says, "Heard you shouting right in the middle of my apple tree study." Or that's what you're referring to, probably right now, right?
Heard you shouting right in the middle of the apple tree. You can respond to that. But while I get this thought out, so when we were talking about the way that they implemented maps into the game, and I was hoping like you'd be able to record the map on a piece of paper and then have your own map. That's what I thought that would happen. And essentially that's what they did with the almanac. They didn't just provide us with the information saying, oh, like a list of all the different seasons and when exactly they were going to happen, and then we would have to decipher that. They made it so you have to do it in the game yourself. You have to create your almanac. You need to create your information and build your own answer to when you can do harvesting. And that's just shows that they can do something like that. And I wish they did something like that for the map system as well.
So I'm asking Achaicus, Sir, why on earth would you study an apple? Simply raise it to your mouth and bite down. And Achaicus
Here's
is
quite a
saying,
variety of apples. I like to know those things.
now, of course, even though I know this is Achaicus, right? My character doesn't know it is Achaicus. Sir, would you happen to know if we are close to Sonata? So, Farron, should we talk about like some of those topics that that were discussed in the forum post about the roleplay?
Yes. We should talk about them. I mean, now that we've actually gotten close to Sonata, I mean, we're almost there, and all these players around finally, and we've done some of the role playing out there, and we've seen how sort of it works. I mean, we've answered some of the questions. Does it exist in Worm? Yes,
It
it
does.
does, right?
Mm-hmm.
It exists into as much as you want it to exist. You can potentially create a role-playing area or role-play yourself.
Yep, for sure.
Let's get, because there's a lot of questions here, and I know there's one that I really want to get to. As I'm reading them, sorry, I'm a little silent, but okay, here's sort of what I'm wanting to get to. So let's say we've established that role playing is possible in Worm. Why do we feel that it hasn't been popular? Is there something in Worm itself that's stopping it from flourishing? Is there something in Worm, or is it just us? Is it just like the community? I don't know. What do you think?
I think one problem has possibly been just the proximity of players. Like in other MMOs, players are going to be much closer to one another. If I like, there was a lot of role playing going on actually in Ultima Online. That's where I first role played in an MMO myself, and that would have been in 1999. And I went back. I went into Ultima Online not even being a role player at all, like on any level whatsoever. And it was only because of Ultima Online that I found the whole role playing experience. And there was a lot of it going on over there. But the way it's set up is that people's houses are pretty much packed next to one another. There's neighborhoods where you can see your neighbor's house basically in the same screen most of the time. You can see whether they're home at home or not. You can go over and, knock on their door and interact with them immediately. Whereas in Worm, we are all so far apart. There are, of course, these village areas where there's a lot of deeds close to one another, but a lot of times we have a lot of space between us. Now, one good thing is that we do hear these distant noises of somebody sawing, a log or mining or something like that. So that's a really cool, audio experience that, hey, there's somebody in the vicinity. There's somebody up to something over there. Maybe I'll go over and see what they're doing. But it's not so, I don't know. Do people pay visits to each other? I mean, now in our alliance, of course, we do. We pay visits to each other a lot. But I don't know about, I mean, I've been living the hermit life all these years. You're much more experienced with that, Farron. You guys have been living in communities for the most part, right? Or have you ever lived secluded? Has it ever been just you and Adam with no one else in the area?
I mean, let me think about that. There was a time we lived on the first deed on Xanadu where there wasn't really many people in the area for a short period of time. We did have a friend that came over, and then eventually there was people that were there, but there was a time when there was nobody. But overall, like all the times in Deliverance, there were other people in the area to talk to. All the times in Xanadu. I mean, one time that we were sort of alone for a while, and this is kind of funny in thinking about this, was when we were designing Linton. There wasn't really that many players that came to Linton. But we had a goal of completing that town, and that's what we did. So there was a little while, but a lot of times we were always around players. Arcake is saying, so far you seem to have met all that you've met today is role players on Cadence, and that's sort of true, other than the one guy that didn't want to play along. But I think all it really takes is somebody to start off that engagement, and then you find that most players want to play along because we're in a game world. We're all here to try to escape reality and maybe turn into a dwarf on a stream every now and then. Thank you, Dutchman. But we tend to, like, if somebody's going to engage you in that sort of fantasy, you know, the first instinct is that you want to play along, you want to help out, you want to be part of it. And that's what I think we saw so far in this game. And so then the real question is, okay, well, the community itself can do roleplay. Nothing's stopping us from doing roleplay. The game might not give us everything that we need to do roleplay. So how could we foster? Is there anything that the game could do or the devs could do that could help foster this kind of gameplay, this type of role playing that it's not currently doing? And what are those things? I mean, it might be a variety of things or a lot of things. What do you guys think in the chat? What are those things that you would want to see that could help in fostering role playing, knowing that the things that we want to see as a role player would be immersion, would want to be atmosphere, would want to be anything that could help us get into the role more. So as people are saying that, what do you think, Katz?
I'm still
what would your
stuck
number one
on
thing be?
Oh man, I'm still sort of stuck on thinking kind of the opposite, like what is actually stopping that previous question of yours. And I'm just thinking to myself that could it be that since when you live in a neighborhood, everyone is in the local chat, you have no reason to run over to your neighbors because you can just ask them in the local, right? Now, of course, in other MMOs, you're going to have the say, but I think the proximity of talking to somebody is much smaller than our what was it, 50 tiles or so forth. I mean, just think about, for instance, our alliance. Well, of course, our alliance, we're talking alliance chat mostly, but if we were to just imagine that to be local, it would be enough for us to just talk there. We wouldn't have the reason to actually go and visit. Whereas in Ultima Online, for instance, you did actually have to walk towards somebody to talk to them. And also their system of being able to see the chat like in a list format. So the primary way you saw people talking was through the text being above their heads. There was something like a little chat window, but it was really, really badly done. So I think people depended on actually seeing those phrases above the heads much more. And I'm not saying at all that we should remove local. Absolutely not saying that. I am just trying to still think about why we don't see more of that kind of interaction happening. And do you think it could be that the local chat is contributing to that a bit?
That's a possibility. I like that. I don't think I've ever heard of that idea of reducing the local range or reducing the range at which you can, or let's say this, to separate the chatter from the local range. So you still have the local range. Let's say for people that don't want that to reduce, you can still see people within 80 tiles, but maybe you can't hear them until
Hmm.
you get closer to them. But you could still like hear them chop tree, and you can hear them chop or mine or something like that, because, or saw something, because those sounds travel further than, let's say,
Hmm.
somebody just talking. And so they could do that. They could reduce just the chatter, or maybe you're just hearing pieces of it until you get closer to them. Maybe you're just hearing like a distant echo. So like if you're too far, maybe the game will say you hear, a distant voice that's you
Hmm.
can't understand or something until you get closer to them. Uh, Never heard of that
Yeah,
being
again
said though.
though,
So that's
just
pretty
to be
cool.
no, just to be clear here, I'm not suggesting we should have that. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
still wondering whether that's the
If that
reason,
is a
yeah,
reason,
that we're
oh
not
yeah.
having people interact that way. Because if I think about it, like if they were like, just let's just imagine for a moment that they were to implement something that just for the role players, I don't honestly think I would use that because I'm too used to just using the local. Yeah, so I was totally just like fixated on why is it that we don't see more role playing, and could local
Hello,
chat be
how are
one of
you?
those reasons? So what do you think?
Some
So I
guys
talked
come in.
Hello, how are you?
so I talked about the Ricky Ticky
The
Tack.
reasons, yeah, the reasons why
Yeah. Don't
it
have,
doesn't
yeah.
foster role playing.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hello, how
I
are you?
think it has complete. So I think that there's a lot to do with the way that the game is built on uh, being able to be sort of independent amongst yourself. That there's not the game, even though you can join an alliance, you can join a village, and you can join people. You don't have to, and which is fine. Like you shouldn't have to, but because what I mean would be being able to have some sort of game mechanics, like let's say bridges that require more than one person to do stuff, or having game mechanics that give you some sort of benefit to go to other people's villages, or a game mechanic that would make you need to interact with a new player if you were a veteran, that you get some sort of benefit from it if you did that. And these are like small, let's say, developer things that they could do that fosters that sort of relationship between players. And then all of a sudden, players aren't trying to shy away, like the game mechanics aren't trying to shy away you away from other players. Like Adam is like the biggest thing for this, because he essentially created a deed specifically to have nobody else in it. Not because he wants to, but because that's how the game mechanic works. The game mechanic he's figured out works. If I need to start a deed and have a priest, I need to have nobody else in that deed for me to get the most benefit out of it. And that's like the opposite of what
Mm.
we want, right? The developers
Mm.
can create systems and game mechanics and stuff that fosters the interaction instead of trying to pull people away.
Mm.
And
Mm.
that was a big problem with World of Warcraft for me and other games like that, where the game mechanic actually went against playing with others all the way almost to like the very end, because you had to be in the exact same quest all the time with the other person
mm-hmm.
to allow you to even play with them or not. And that's what I think is the problem right now, or one of the reasons in Worm why a lot of players tend to shy away from that, because you can do roleplay in this game, but it's almost like now I have to stop playing the game in order to do roleplay because of the game mechanics and the way that it works. And so the developers could potentially make some bunch of tweaks that would allow the opposite to happen. So now, instead of making it better to not play with people, you make it better to play with people, and now they've done their part in getting people to be together, and then the players have the best chance of succeeding in something like role playing, because now the players are together and we're playing the game together and benefiting from that. And all of a sudden, role play is now a much easier option to do.
We have to be careful, though. We have to be careful about people not forcing people, like not making the game mechanics so that you're getting like a huge benefit from doing, like a technical gameplay advantage from playing together, because then you're going to start to get to what a lot of MMOs do, which literally force you to play with other players to actually get like cool stuff done. And I think that's fine to some extent, but I, as you know, am very much like a sort of lone wolf kind of player. And I've heard this from many other lone wolves out there who absolutely love Worm because it doesn't force you to. I mean, of course, there's things like making a bridge, but then at least you could set it up with an alt, for instance. There are a few little things in the game that you kind of coax you to play with other players, but I would never want to lose that aspect from Worm, where we're able to also play the solo life if we choose to.
And that's the balancing act that they would have to they would have to just lay out and plan accordingly, because nobody wants to take, and I've heard it just like you have, I've heard it so much, like somebody saying, "Oh, let's make it so it requires a group or something," and then all of the people that like to play alone comes out and they don't like that at all. And it's true. But what I think I'm saying, and it's like completely at this point, I don't know what I'm saying, but I think what I'm saying is not that take away things from players that want to play alone. Let these players play the hermit life and by themselves and all that stuff. Great. But why would that stop them from being able to incorporate mechanics that allow people to play together? Like, it shouldn't be exclusive, or it shouldn't be like one or the other. Why can't both exist? And if their comment is at this point, well, I play alone or we play alone, and therefore we cannot have any mechanics in the game that promote people playing together.
It's more like we should feel included in any game mechanics and not forgotten.
And like you said,
not so much stopping, them. It has to, like you say, it has to be designed in a way. I mean, a lot of MMOs have these kind of scaling systems that, for instance, if there's a certain quest or a mob, the more people you have doing the thing, you're able to do it solo, but then the more people you have involved, the greater the rewards are. I think that's a pretty fair system, because that allows the solo player to enjoy that quest or that task. And then it also allows a larger group, and you get a greater reward from that. That kind of thing I'm still fine with. I don't feel salty if a large group gets better rewards. I just want to feel included And as long as there's a way for me to do it somehow on my own, I'm happy with
Right.
that.
And so there's got to be some sort of line. And that's the line that we need to, no, we don't need to find, but they would need to find. And they've established a little bit of where they feel the line is with what they've released. And just the example that you gave was, okay, bridges. Okay, here you go, like hermits. A system that requires 2 people, and then the reaction to that tells us a little bit about something. And I guess your reaction was, 2 people, I'm still okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I can bring in all, so far so good.
Mm-hmm.
And that line just has to sort of be established. How far can we go? 3 people, and then what about those 3 people would they be doing? And what's sort of the action that they'd be performing, and then what's the reward that they're getting from it? And then so it could be as simple as, okay, it's not something new, but maybe it's something that they could do together that helps or makes things go a bit faster. And we have stuff like that already, like indirectly, like mining.
And you look at rifts, right?
And rifts, which is another thing that takes a while. And then our players in their house being like, oh, I wish I could go to a rift by myself.
Well, what happened on Tuesday?
Yeah, you were saying that.
I have the worm roulette on Tuesday, right? And the pointer went to Exodus this time, and I stumbled up on the top of a mountain. I stumbled upon one of those mini rifts, one of these scout camps or whatever they were called, and I was like, so I've never taken part in one of those, and I was asking people excitedly in the chat, like, guys, can I actually do this solo? And everyone was saying, yeah, you can totally do that. I was so delighted that there was these like mini rifts that you could actually solo from start to finish.
Right.
And I was so ecstatic to take some oleander logs with me, because I've been wanting oleander for such a long time, but I just didn't want to take part in these huge multi-hour rifts with, tons of people and tons of mobs. So it was very delightful. That's an excellent example of how you could implement that there's a little bit for everyone.
And that's a good example, because I would say, okay, we have the rift system and a player cannot do it. So if you're a hermit and you're like, I love the idea of rifts, I cannot do the rift, I don't know how you would feel about that. The fact that they made it in a way that requires more people to get together and do that. Even like uniques and all that stuff requires lots of players to get together and do that. You can't do it by yourself. And so if you're mad and usually you're thinking black and white here, well, I can't do it, but I wish the devs could create it so that I could do it by myself. I wish it scaled. And then the devs basically come back and say, we're not going to allow that. Like, it's specifically, this is made for lots of players. So instead, what we're going to do is we'll create something else for you. Something completely different, a tiny little riff sort of experience that you can do. And does that make you happy? And if the answer is like, sure, like, fine, I can't do riffs, but
yeah, absolutely,
that's
absolutely fun. Yeah,
and so that's a great example of how they could balance it. They can create things, let's say in a village, that require a village of, people to do, but then they also give you like a hermit something to also accomplish. So an example here, I always talk about my village update system that I'd love to see in this game. And so making it so there's items that are there in this village update system that you can earn, that a village with more people can earn. And then there's items that a smaller 1 or 2 person village can also earn. So there's like benefits for everybody. And I think that's how they would have to go, right? Like, not everything can be done by one player.
Yeah.
And I'd argue not everything should be able to be done by one player.
I do agree there, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
But everybody needs to be included.
Because
is what
that's where I have a problem, is where there's an MMO which gradually funnels all of the players together by force, that there's absolutely nothing that you can really do on your own. And I think I felt that sort of like in Dark Age of Camelot, for instance, like you start off doing quests which you can do on your own, but in the end, if you want to enjoy the end game content, you pretty much had to play with other players. And then I felt like it's useless for me to even continue the game at that point. So I stopped playing Dark Age of Camelot because of that very reason. And it could be that I just didn't, there was something that I didn't know about. Some of you in the chat might be saying, but cats, you could have done this or this. I probably didn't know about it, but that's how it felt to me, that now if I want to continue playing, I'm going to have to team up with other players. And I did try to do that, and it just wasn't for me at all. And so I just simply quit the game. And it felt like all those months that I'd put into my character went sort of into nothing. Like it was kind of a waste in a way.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, to sum up this whole idea is that you should be able to play in groups. You should be able to play solo. Like there should be content for each. It's the same with like, I mean, it's the same sort of argument as people say, I should be able to craft everything as a low player. Like, why are you creating items that only a 90 crafter can create? And it's like, I look at it and think there should be items that only a master crafter can create. Like there should be these items that are locked behind this skill of 90 crafting. You should be able to see the progression of you being able to craft these small items and then being able to craft these grand items or whatever. I feel also there should be items that you would need multiple people to create. We don't really have that right now. Any item can be created by anybody with enough time, except for bridges. Bridges is the one exception. And it's not saying that you're leaving out players just because you need, let's say, 2 players to work in tandem to, let's say, create something. I just think that that's something that can foster relationships between people. It's something that can foster the ability to have the need for people to communicate with each other, even if it's in a small little respect. Things that we haven't brought up that we already does this is the need for priests. You would call in for a priest to help you. The need for like, enchanted grass if you don't have it and that sort of thing. You shouldn't be able to do everything yourself, but you could if you had the need for that. And like I see some people, and I'm so sorry, we're so far behind in the chat.
Yeah, lots of good comments here.
Yeah, if you're wanting to do bridges and stuff, just you would roll an alt and you'd be able to do it. And so I guess the point is, don't not do it just because. Like you shouldn't always be focused on, let's say, the solo player. As I guess I'm looking at the developers here. Don't just focus on the solo players. Figure out some sort of techniques that allow the gathering of players to come together while not excluding the players that want to be hermits and stay alone together. And I don't know if you've been reading the comments, if you're wanting to bring up anything that people are saying.
Well, Raybarg has a good point here. In Worm, if you need 2 players to craft something, then people would just end up making alt accounts to make them. So how would you get around that? How would you actually encourage like real?
No, that's not really a problem for the devs to solve anyway, right? The devs just need to provide that if players want to do alts. That's fine. But the devs at this point have done their job. Here's a system that can be used to foster players, whether you want to or not. It's up to you, players, but at least they did it. Right? Because the other alternative is like just not doing it.
Reading through what people are saying here.
So, and Kementari, I'm really far behind. I'm finally going to read all of your comments. Would be nice if there was something somewhere that was like an event, weekly, monthly, at a big town, and everyone went there, like a dance, a festival, a market, something that you could get a whole bunch of people for in a smaller area where it would be easier to RP. Yeah, I would love that, and I think that even though a lot of that could be player run, there might be some systems that the devs could create that could help allow that. An example you just said, like a dance, like a festival. We don't have any systems that allow us to dance. We don't have any systems, I mean, other than the emote that makes us do nothing. We don't have a system to play music. We don't have a system to run a festival other than us using other game mechanics for it, which we've done. Like festivals like the Impalong have lots of cool creative ideas, and we'll be doing in the future some festival like stuff or some event like stuff. And but for sure, if there was like systems that we could utilize to help with that sort of like gathering, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
We got
man. If we only had like instruments and dance emotes, and there's so
That'd be
many
pretty
roleplay opportunities right there. Yeah.
Project Gorgon has the instruments, and they do it in a
And
pretty cool way. And
Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah.
Yeah. We actually played Lord of the Rings Online, me and Adam, for a short time.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't think we
What
ever
did you
talked
think of
about that. Love the music system. Loved.
Yeah. That was pretty much the only thing I enjoyed there, to be honest.
I loved so I was the Hobbit because I like tiny characters. And I thought the Hobbiton area was really well done. Was the story and the stuff was really cool. And then I kind of didn't go very far from there. I mean, it repeated. We went up to pretty high level, if I remember correctly, and then it just sort of kept repeating itself. Adam didn't like the combat as much. It wasn't fluid combat. It took a little while to get used to, which was true. But it was okay.
It's a game that I really, really wanted to get into. I even bought this kind of starter pack that had a horse with it and everything. But I was so bothered by the user interface being kind of mushy and unclear. And also something that kept on slapping me in the face was the monetization system constantly reminding you of what you're, of like what, sorry, you can't do this without, paying. And I just think that, for instance, a game that wants to monetize, Guild Wars 2 did a really nice job of that. They had all the monetization stuff tucked away into one page, and it wasn't all over the UI and every single pop-up, like reminding you that you're playing a lesser version of the game at all.
How are you?
Oh, what is this cool place that you're in? I think I'm just sitting there in the cart.
We're just looking at the Sonata Theater performer. I wish there was a dance emote that actually made you dance. They could make this guy do a bunch of things. Maybe he could juggle or something.
There's one problem with this. Do you know what Sonata Theater performer. Do you understand what the problem is here?
Well,
what if players wanted to... Well, not that. Not only that, but let's say players would actually want to make use of this theater. Then this guy is standing there in the way. They couldn't. What a waste. This guy should be standing over on the side somewhere.
Yeah, as the bartender, he should be. Let me quickly just scale over and catch up with the chat, guys. So, Validate saying, more emotes. Yes, that is true. More emotes of animations, more animations. And overall, just I wish we had a better avatar in general. I wish they would go out and like purchase better character models and that have great great bone structures already built in, so that they could buy or get them to create these like whole whack of animations, and then be able to apply them into the game and give us a whole bunch of more emotes and better, less stiff models. That would be awesome. And then Validate, you went on to talk about some of the stuff there, like add a timber yell, timber for trees. Anyway, what were you about to say?
Oh, I was just gonna say, even something as simple like, you know what I really miss? Like, for instance, in Guild Wars 2 or else in World of Warcraft, if I was just standing here with my character in front of you, in those games, my character would most likely do a little stretch, twist around a little bit, scratch their head a little bit, check something from their pouch, maybe is peer off into the distance. But now our characters just stand there and do this breathing animation and just stare creepily. And Farron can't even look at my character. You can't even bear to look at my character right now.
If I move my head, can you see my movement?
From my computer, I can see you staring off to the left. Yeah, I'm not seeing your head actually move. Even though
that'd be nice to see. I guess it's client side only. All right, let me quickly just sneak through the chat here. I guess I'm still at the point where we were talking about local. And I finally caught up to Willow saying I should take cats to the theater in Sonata. And yeah, we actually did that. Yeah, without reading that. What if the RP chat channel was actually out of character? To help people set up events or chat. I do want to get to like chat channels because I do have something to talk about there, and a historical type of mailbox such as the old mailbox near where I grew up in the desert. Prospectors would leave a note in it for others to find later. Yeah, at this point there's so much chatter. I'm gonna skip just a little ahead because I'm way behind here. So unless you saw anything sneak by, cats, that you want to talk about in the chat, I'm sorry, guys. Star Wars Galaxies had 2 entertainer professions.
And okay, because he's talking about Entropia and Universe having lots of emotes as well.
Yeah, I actually played Entropia Universe for a very short time.
Same, dabbled with it very shortly as well.
Yeah, and so as far as chat channels, and if I'm trying to remember correctly, the first game I ever played, MMO that I ever played, was The Realm Online, and they allowed us to create channels ourselves by giving them numbers, and you would just join a number, and that number, anybody that joined that number, you'd be able to chat. That's sort of how they handled it. EverQuest didn't have chat channels at first. I think they eventually included them and then allowed you to create your own, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. It's been a long time. But in Worm, we don't have the ability to create our own channels. Except
the IRC ones, I guess, right?
Yeah, so like it would be cool to like do like a // channel and then type in like the name for the channel. And then you could have other people join it, that sort of thing. And a way to explain this is, so for a lot of players might know this, but if you're a new player, you might not know this. You can type IRC in here in this Worm console. And look, it opens up this new area, which you can't see all of. That's really funny that it's showing like this as like a new area here. And it automatically joins this channel. You basically are joining IRC. And what is the command? Does anybody remember what the IRC command is to to join a channel. Is it just /join?
Mm-hmm. I think it is. Yeah.
/join, and then I can be like, I don't know, role play FF or for factional fight or something. And then all of a sudden I'm in a channel by myself and I've got like IRC commands that I can do. And anybody else, like I think I can restrict people access to this channel. But if I don't, anybody else can just go into IRC and join the same way this roleplay FF channel. And then all of a sudden we can chat to each other. We actually used to use this back, I can't remember when we were in Discord. We were on Deliverance, maybe Autumn Twilight era. I can't really remember. And you can join, and then if I said hello,
Everyone's
only you
joining
would see
in.
it. There you go. Hey, everybody. How did we open IRC? Yeah, so you could just type F1, which opens up the Worm console, and then you just type IRC right here. And it just opens as this like new tab area. And at this point, yeah, I can just pull this out with the new system. And there's my channel that you can have cross servers, cross clusters. This is something that you can use it for anyway, or you can use it for a very specific purpose. The point here that I'm trying to get to really, oh no, I opened it up and then it put this back here. That's interesting. Little buggy, but yeah, all of us here can hear me no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I closed it.
Yeah, I think
It's a little buggy. That's okay.
With IRC when I first started, because I was chatting on IRC back in the 90s, and
yeah,
for
me
quite
too.
a few years on that, and I kind of forgot about IRC once these messenger type like chats. We had ICQ. Whoa, and then there was like Microsoft, what was it called? Messenger, and then of course Skype came along eventually, and I kind of just sort of stopped using IRC for some reason. But I knew that Worm had IRC, and it's actually a really good point that now that we have these tabs, that would be a very handy way to make yourself a little private, like chat group.
Yeah, it's not the best. It seems to not work very well. Okay, there we go. I'm back. And then, so you should be able to hear me.
MSN Messenger, that's right, Dutchman, yeah.
And so I wonder if like just Worm itself without IRC, they could implement something like this, right? Where you can create your own channels if you're wanting to, just within the game itself. You can have it sitting there for whatever purpose that you want. Other games seem to have done this. I'm not sure. I felt like Worm could have used this a long time ago, like many years ago. They could have done something like this, allowing it. I feel like they didn't because they had the IRC ability that's sort of hidden within Worm itself. But yeah, I'm not really sure, but that's how I would look at it. I wonder if that would be useful to be like, oh, I can just create my own channel. Anybody that knows Worm, maybe some channels become popular, maybe some channels don't. Maybe there's a general role-playing channel that becomes popular.
Don't even know about it. Yeah, what if there is one?
And we wouldn't know. And it's because it's so not known that you can just join the IRC channel. It's just nobody does, and I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that, and thanks for joining IRC at such short notice. But if you're wanting to use that for your own purposes, that's in the game. You would just have to join it every time you join the game, which is why I think in the end we stopped using it.
Mm-hmm. That's true, yeah.
No automated way to join it when you open the game. All right, I'm going to close down. Oh, I keep doing that.
When you right-click the tab and close the tab, do you just leave? I think you just leave the IRC channel.
You just leave. Yeah. Oh, there is an automated way to open the IRC. I assume it's not the easiest thing for a new player to set up. Raybark.
Oh, auto run
Ooh.
that text file, right?
Oh yeah, the auto run text file.
Raybark, are you actively using the IRC system in Worm? I'm guessing that you just hang out on IRC just regardless, right? Just outside of Worm. So since we're on the topic of what UI elements we could have to enhance the role play or to promote role play, now we've talked about this chat channel. We also talked about, hold on, let me look at this list now. We talked about the voice chat system. What about a tag in our names so that when we mouse over somebody and we see their name, would you like to use that? Like, would you personally, if they implemented this feature that you could add this kind of tag, how would I guess it would have to be sort of like, I'm just going to write this into the chat. Something like that after your name. Would you add that option if you could put it from, say, the settings? I know I
feel
would.
like EverQuest had stuff like this. You could tell based on somebody's name what it looked like, the different statuses that person has flagged for themselves or flagged in the game. Like players could potentially choose to be a PvP player in EverQuest, even on the PvE servers.
Yeah,
and then
Baron
they would just get
Thursday.
flagged.
EQ had colors for RP. That would be even better because it'd be much more subtle. It wouldn't have this glaring like RP text. So did Lord of the Rings Online, says Rick. Huh. That'd be perfect, yeah. And Nasi was saying the same as well. So let's say we had a color setting that we could set. Would you use that?
I would use it. And I would hope that it could be, so I guess it's so the type of system that we'd want to see. And why is there the Easter bunny kind of floating around in front of my screen? Oh, it's Pomona.
We're all watching the show and we're waiting for the show to literally begin. But the guy is standing there. He is not putting on a show for us.
Standing there. Is there anybody, Easter Bunny? Do you have the ability to move this guy over there? No, I think the Easter Bunny is just enjoying the show. I think Pomona is just enjoying the show right now.
I guess for Easter bunnies, it's enough to just see somebody scratching their face once in a while.
Yeah. So I wonder if you want a system that allows you to flag things on and off from your character. And let's say RP might be one of them. And somehow, however they end up doing it, you could tell by something on the character that they are flagged different things. Or should it be a system that has some default flags, but then allows you to create your own flags at the same time? Would that be too custom?
how would other people know what those flags meant, though?
That is
Like if we're
true.
talking about
Yeah.
color. So I guess it would be kind of cool for a guild, though. Like, imagine if our alliance could choose a certain color for our, you know, how in some MMOs,
hmm
guilds could choose a color for their own text. At least in Ultima Online, I think you could do that. But that's, of course, going on a completely different tangent.
That is true.
It has nothing to do with the role playing.
That is true. Yeah, so let's just answer. Yeah, I would use it. I'd want it to be toggleable so that you could turn it on when you need to. You can turn it off when you don't want to. That rabbit sure likes to hop. And you tabbed out. And when did the rabbit get here? I don't know. The rabbit just sort of appeared. The rabbit is our entertainment right now as we watch.
A performance, yes.
Yeah, she's giving us a performance right now. She's a rabbit. Maybe she won't stay a rabbit.
To me, it almost looks like rabbit ballet. These graceful little hops into the air.
But it's a good show. Well, yeah, it's a magic show.
It's better than the other guy.
Gamers.
Sure.
I know that other guy just stood there and waved every now and then.
Yeah. Now this is what I call a theater. This is something that players could actually use now.
So yes, Rippins, the bartender went on a break.
Hello.
We've got Conjurer here.
This is like the next show.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you?
That wascally rabbit. This Caicus.
What would happen if said rabbit turned into something a little more spooky? I don't know. There's not really much that's spooky in this game.
So Caicus is bringing up one of the other things that we had on our list here. And so if people are wondering, first of all, like what list we're talking about, we are talking about this discussion on the forums. And you are actually, Caicus, mentioning this thing that is last in the list, that should we have an option panel where we could write our backstories like you have. I'm not sure if that's even part like by default that they have in World of Warcraft these days, or do you still have to use an add-on for that? I know there are several different role-playing add-ons where you could put this kind of backstory, some physical features, what the character, you know, what kind of, because of course we can't make expressions with our characters. So a lot of times people would describe, you know, does the character look sullen, or do they look like do they seem to have a cheerful disposition? Because how are you going to do that with the emotes enough, you know? So what do you guys think about this? Because this would not take away from anyone, and it would give an opportunity for role players to just have this additional tool to, and I think even non-role players would get a kick out of putting this kind of little backstory about their characters.
So let's say on the character window, as an example, you could have some sort of trigger that converts this into a place that allows you to type in a bio or something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like another game I played had that.
Hello.
There's even space for that. Like you're just pointing to the upper right corner there, for instance. There could be like a little book or something or a scroll or some kind of icon. So that would be for the user's point of view, how they would access that panel. How would somebody else inspect your backstory? Because that's part of the whole, how that like add-on works in World of Warcraft, for instance, you're able to inspect other people.
You'd want to be able to inspect other people. So you'd have to go up to the player, and there would have to be some way to trigger that in the menu system. Either switching this look to equipment to like a look character, and then just being able to see their character window like just like we see our character window. So you just see it like this, and then that would also be there, and you would also see all their equipment and stuff.
Why isn't it, by the way? I've always wondered that. Why doesn't it
Yeah.
open an equivalent? It could be a different color or something, just to make it very clear that this is not, so you don't get confused with your own character window. But I've always wished for something like that, because
You're
trying to
asking
go and
why?
heal somebody, yeah, like when you go and try and heal somebody, it's just annoying that it's this list versus healing them the same way you would your own character, with the little boxes and stuff.
So it's a legacy system. So in the sense that before we never had a character window. So the character window is something that came later. Instead, we had in the inventory, which you can still turn on if you want, the ability to, oh my god, it's a skeleton standing on a chair.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what to say. There doesn't appear to be a way. I'll just disbelief. Yeah, so there's a way to turn on your body inside of your inventory. That's just the way that it was a long time ago. You'd open up your inventory, you would see your body areas, and that would be where all of your, I guess, where you would equip your items, and also where you would see all of your injuries.
Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
And then at some point they said, okay, let's modernize this a little bit. Let's actually create a character window. And they created a character window and disabled the body, but then they never went back and switched the window that you would use when you're targeting somebody else, which I kind of wish that they did. I wish that they had a window like this that for other characters, for other animals, I wish you would open it up and you'd see the horse, and you would see the just the few different slots for the horse.
That'd be
you
so
can see
nice.
their injuries. Yeah, that would be really nice. Yeah, and the reason they didn't get rid of the old way is because there's still players in the game that prefer the original system. Like Validate, who I'm guessing Validate, you kind of grew up with that system, and that's the system that you like to use, and that's just sort of what they had to do with an old game. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, Validate, what is why do you prefer the old way to do it? One benefit that I can think of, I guess, is that it's easier to see damage to your gear, for instance. Like when you open that character window, you have to look at the coloring of the icons and mouse over stuff to see how much damage it has. But yeah, that's just one guess. But what are your reasons, Validate, that you do prefer the old way of doing it? So just considering how the game is now, and while we're waiting for Validate to answer that, oh, there we go. So you can see the damage wounds faster, and you can click queue up heals on a stack of wounds. Oh, that's a good point. So are you saying you can basically you can do it to the whole group and they just have it go? But you can do that to body parts as well, though, right?
You can do that to body parts.
Without having to individually click them, you just right-click the body section, right?
It is different. And yeah, you can, for example, in this window, you can just right-click any of these body parts, and then it'll heal all the group of wounds in order, as much as your skill allows, essentially, your mind logic.
Well, Perry G, then again, when you're looking at it from the character window, you also see what has been bandaged, what has been treated with a healing cover, with the little dots that symbolize
Yeah,
six
it's
heels.
a
So it's just a different visual way to represent that. But I guess if
both
you've been,
ways are valid.
yeah, I guess
But
if you've been used to using the old system, you might not even be aware that there are these little dots on the current character window at all. But there is, in fact.
yeah, both ways are valid. They're just different, and you kind of understand that there are players that were used to the old way,
Mm-hmm.
and that's they allowed it to stay around, and that's what's there, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they should do the same thing with the other windows too. Give us a unified character sort of look, and then allow the old way to stay around.
So let's just consider that this kind of if we come back to the question of how could I tell that you have a backstory available for me to read. You were talking first about like the right clicking and then opening. It's sort of the discussion went on to the character window from there. But let's assume that you can't open the character window from somebody else, so you can just look at the equipment right now currently. Should it be another option in the context menu when you're right clicking somebody? There's like look equipment and look backstory or look at
Look like bio or something like that.
yeah, like an additional thing in the list, basically.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind either way. Having it just look and then have another option there, that could be fine. And then it opens up a window that just is filled out or it's not filled out, depending on whether the player has filled it out with a biography of some kind or a backstory. It's out of the way. It's not needed for players to use if they don't want to. I don't see why it would be a bad thing for them to add that. And it would be something fairly simple for them to do. So, yeah, overall, sure. Oh, thanks for the follow, Starth 13. Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, I'm not sure how many of these questions are still left, but I had written some of these questions. Actually, you guys answered a lot of these already. Yeah.
We should
So
get a move on the cart to start heading.
yeah, let's
back.
start that. I think this has been, I mean, it started off as a trip that didn't look promising. But as we got closer, we actually got some really nice interactions with some players. One thing that somebody did mention, I can see all the wood out there. One thing that somebody mentioned is the animations. And what I'd like to say, because whenever we think animations, we're thinking animations to our character. I mean, if you guys just heard me say animations and you're like, well, it's animations to my character, mining and stuff, that's true. But when I say animations, I mean more about animations to provide an atmosphere so that it fosters immersion in the game. A couple examples that I can give are, let's say someone, I'm not naming names here, but whoa, oh my god. Goblin is on our cart. Just standing there.
Literally surfing on our cart.
The goblin actually has some nice animations.
Yeah, isn't that actually hilarious? That's a lot of the animals and creatures monsters have better animations than our own
And their own
characters do.
characters. Yeah. So I'm not naming any names, Pyro. Oh, thanks so much for the sub, Starth. A subscription with your Prime. Thanks so much. Whoa, we're going. Oh, Starth, are you an old player, new player to Worm? Do you play Worm? Yeah, that's right, Worming. Why do mobs have idle animations and our toons do not? I have a little bit of backstory there. Because I remember when they were trying to input all of the animations they had for the mobs, all the new characters for the monsters, they outsourced it to a company. I think it was like a friend of Rolf or something like that, or like a family member or something. They had outsourced it to one of their companies to create new models and to give us animations. Because before we had these old models that had no animations, and all of the mobs just sort of glided around the world without any animation. I still like the old dog animation. The big black dog that we used to have. And oh, is this the house that we gave them the horse.
Oh, is it the same one?
Yeah. I'll just go this way. So they I don't know. What I don't remember is if they also outsourced the creation of the player model and animations to the same people. That I don't remember.
Yeah, I wonder if Willow remembers. I mean, Willow's been playing Worm for a long time and been part of the... I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I know she's, of course, she is a GM now, right? And has been involved with
I'm gonna come down the water
stuff like
here.
that for quite a while. So, Willow, do you happen to remember how we got these characters? Who animated them, or were they done by Saruman, for instance?
Yeah. And Starth, you're saying he used to play a long time ago. How long ago is a long time ago? Are we talking the 2000s or the 2010s of some kind? And Soda Bubbles, hey, thank you for stopping by. How you doing? And Purgy, because idling is the only thing mobs do. Yeah, you need to make them seem more alive. Although, yeah, I guess there's a lot of players that idle for long times, long moments of time. The Mocha, we do have idle animations. We turn our heads every now and then. And we breathe. We subtly do this. I don't know why we do this. Why it's like big motion.
Willow just pressed shiny buttons. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh, just to
I know
just
nothing.
to
I
answer
see.
my question. Yes.
All right. Well, I guess the point of that story was, and again, Pyro, because you put this in my head, but like priests in general don't really have that many animations. And an example would be, let's say when somebody goes in and starts casting like enchants on, I don't know, items, armor, weapons, food, that sort of thing, and accidentally explodes them, it would be really cool to see that explosion.
Yeah.
So it's not sort of a character animation, but like we need animations that immerse ourselves in the roles that we're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I didn't name any names, Pyro. Okay? I'm just saying that if someone were to explode certain things while enchanting on a priest of some kind, that it would be nice to like see it. It would be nice to hear it. It'd be nice to have that sort of immersion in the world. And I think roleplay, if the devs are listening at all, that could do something about this. If you're going to take anything away from this conversation, I think what you really should take away is a role player, at least this one, would love for you to be able to add things into the game that provides atmosphere. Add things into the game that allows us the fuller immersion within that game, like adding the animations, adding in-world sounds and in-world things like the enchant explosion of things, and to give us players the ability to believe that we're in more of the world.
And I'll tell you, like, after that trailer where I was just using completely different other animations to simulate having actual emotes. So, for instance, I can't count how many people have asked me, "Oh, can you actually do like a milking cow animation?" And I've had to tell them, no, just for the purpose of the trailer, it was just a foraging animation that I put the NPC to do. Or else, if we think about the cooking situation, I think the animation I was using for that one was just a general use animation.
Yeah.
But imagine if she would be actually chopping something up on the table, for instance. Then somebody
Right.
was also commenting about the character in that kitchen situation,
Hello,
sitting
how are you?
on the stool and actually tending to the fire. I've gotten so many comments from people saying that how can I actually do that in the game? I would love to do that. And these are just normal players. These are not role players. These are just normal worm players who would love to do those emotes. And I'm pretty sure. Oh, hold on. What's going on here?
We got a role play situation right now.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so let's do a quick observation here. Holding a cow, nothing on her character except boots. That's interesting. Nothing. Another cow over there on a cotton tent. No horses, a forge, a house that's 2x1, and a large cart. What are we missing? Are we on a deed? We're not on a deed. So interesting, they're just building like a new player. Looks like they attempted to build, or they're attempting to build a boat. They have a hitching post for animals.
So I said to her, "That's a fine beast you have there." She said, "Thank you. She gets away from me at times, so I keep her close." And I said, "Very wise. And never mind my friend. He's just a bit curious." So as Farron is like looking around, so rude, snooping around. I see you're building a house over there. What a lovely place to settle down at. Oh, Farron, you sneaky devil.
Mm-hmm.
You sneaky devil. So Farron, that's why he was snooping around there behind the trees. Farron says, "Sorry to ask this, but you haven't seen a barrel of food? I seem to have lost one." Hmm. I wonder where your barrel went, Farron. She's warning us about the troll up yonder. We must find it. Miss, would you help me find his barrel of food?
Oh no. We found you, Kementari. That's crazy.
Oh, that's you,
Then
Kementari.
hopefully you didn't
Oh. The whole thing has been given away.
we randomly found you. Oh god. Okay. So that's a little disappointing. So are you building here just randomly and we just happened to stumble upon you?
That's crazy coincidence.
Like this looks like this is your location. I mean, that's really cool that you we just happened to come across you in the game. Yeah, being near the settlement, I guess you find people.
But I mean, out of all of the servers Kementari could have been on,
Yeah.
and then considering the size of this one, the odds of us bumping into Kementari, who is on the chat, I think that's pretty crazy. Got a little crop area going here, little two by one house. What a scenic, beautiful spot as well. Little spot for your, and I think it's so cute how Kementari is actually like leading the cow around versus hitching it to the hitching post. Is this hitching post actually finished? It is. So Farron, are you going to leave your food over there? Because now Kementari, of course, knows what's going on.
I don't know. You're trying to imp your tool so you can hitch. Oh, it's too low quality.
Well, I have a task then for Kementari because I would have something juicy in my inventory that would help with imping, actually. So just in roleplay, I'm just going to say, oh, I'm not quite sure what to say now.
And Michio, how are you doing? We're a little quiet right now.
Hey, Michio. Yes, we have been, Michio, we have been bumping into role players all day long, believe it or not. We've been having lovely roleplay situations.
Yep, you're coming. How long has it been? A good almost 5 hours of us doing our little roleplay adventure on Cadence. To Jensen, factional cats. Garrus Drangi. Hey, Shui, I mean Michio. Up the hill.
So I'm just going to offer Kementari or Indigo here a cat pelt. And that might be of use with improving. And Farron found the barrel because Indigo was able to point in this direction, and so I gave her a wild cat pelt. She can use that then to improve her cart. Yeah, no tortoises were harmed, Michio. Not to worry. We've been very, very kind today. And even Evil Cats has not raised her head too often. A little bit, just a little bit at one point, but I've been on my best behavior for the most part. So, Michio, what has your experiences been with roleplay in the new servers? Have you bumped into a lot of role players in the game so far? And I'm pretty sure that you're quite roleplay inclined yourself, aren't you?
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
So, nobody in the news servers, but you do roleplay from time to time. So, Michio, seriously, are you serious that you haven't bumped into role players on the news servers? Really? Because our experiences today, now streaming for several hours, we have bumped into several role players so far.
It's almost like you have to just get into it.
Yeah.
And then other players just kind of jump in to it as well.
But then they were actual role players. Like that first guy, for instance, he initiated sort of the role play in a way. I mean, we
Yeah.
were saying stuff in the local, but his first phrase was clearly, you know, and then the lady using the brackets to talk out of character, she was clearly like a role player as well. This wasn't just like normal players who got into it with us, you know? So I was so delighted to see that. So mostly the people on Xanadu that you've been role playing with, Michio. Interesting. And Trinity says, I would totally hang out with you guys. The new server's great. Aw.
Oh, Trinity Truth. Does that mean that you're playing on the new server as well? Or on one of these new servers, I would say. Oh, and Michio, what do we think of Cadence? I guess I can answer that first. So Cadence reminds me a lot like Deliverance. It's low, gently sloping hills, easy for new players. Large, lots of land. So I guess that's for the actual server itself, is just the way that's laid out. The amount of players, it feels like they decided to create a server that they knew was too large for the amount of players coming in, so that they were hoping that the wilderness would last for long periods of time. And so it's great if you're wanting to come here and level up your hunting. It's almost like, I don't know if you're still there, Amethyst. You're always asking for a hunting server. This is basically it right now.
Mm-hmm.
More space than there are people. And I think that was their plan. Their plan was to release a server like that. And that's sort of what I think. You're already here. See, you're already... How did I figured you were here somewhere. Because just so many monsters. We've seen so many bears and wolves. It's like, it's just been crazy. The beginning there on the shore with all those animals. Oh,
Lots to hunt over here. Tons of forests, just tons of everything actually on this server. Tons of space, tons of beautiful shoreline. It really is like what you see in that map. It's pretty much that's what it is delivering for sure.
and Arcaicus, you're liking Cadence more now that you're seeing roleplay. You probably will try to seed that aspect with some wooden signs within the setting. That's right. Signs are a great tool for role players in this game. Or books if you can get to that point. If you can create
Which
your own
actually
books and line them
reminds
around.
Which reminds me of, we didn't actually talk about, so we talked about characters, we talked about UI elements that could help. We didn't talk about actual things like buildings or props
Yeah.
or items. Are there items that would help with the promoting roleplay?
Are you saying items that are within the game already, or items that you would want to see in the game
Additional,
to promote it?
or
Okay, additional items. Ooh.
either additional items or expanding the features of existing items.
I see. Yeah. What do you guys think? And I'm so sorry, Worming. Those three sort of emote perks are for subscribers only. I don't know if anybody wants to pop a sad one of your subscribers to help out Worming there. But before I fall deathly behind you guys, I'll thank you so much, Michio. Trinity said you are on the new server. Oh, you're here in Cadence, so you think you're on the island south of Sonata, maybe. I've been following this road randomly, just out of random worm need to follow roads. And now we're coming up to some small little town. Not even a town, small hut. Croxus.
Nasi was saying dresses for female characters, absolutely. Seren is saying, you think that Worm has more items to offer than any game that you've roleplayed in. Yeah, we do have a lot of items.
It's like, imagine where Worm came from to where we are now, in the sense that we were not able to put items on top of other items in the past. That was a huge thing that we wanted, and now we have it. Sitting on chairs.
Yeah. When I first started, we couldn't sit on the chairs, literally. No. You couldn't have have a theater performance. You couldn't have couldn't have an audience sitting at an auction like you have on Mystic Highlands. You couldn't have a pub where everyone's sitting and drinking mead.
Thank you so much for those follows. Soda Bubbles, Trinity Truth, Trickle in crits. Hopefully I said that right. But are you looking at Serene's comment there? Dresses and skirts would be really nice. I think in general, the ability to have different clothing types. We keep saying armor because that's essentially all we have right now. But different clothing types for different types of purposes would be exactly what I need to bring that immersion out. And an example is not just like, yes, we need some dresses and skirts and that sort of thing, and like garb for guys, like casual clothes. But imagine and we're used to this as Worm players, but we're used to seeing armored, geared players, blacksmith. We're used to seeing armored, geared players, do farming. for a role player, that completely has always bugged me.
Mhm.
It's completely always
Absolutely,
like
yeah.
broken my immersion. And I did know some people that would purposely try to take off all of their armor and place like some sort of cloth gear on if they were a farmer, to make
Mhm.
themselves try to look like a farmer. But we don't have any farming gear. We don't have any, leatherworking gear and cloth tailoring gear and all this
Mhm.
stuff that would actually make sense for us to
Yeah.
have a blacksmith actually having an apron and being able to look like an actual blacksmith would be
Mhm.
just
That would be amazing. I mean,
those are the
imagine now
dream.
you're cooking in a kitchen with your full, armor on
Yeah.
most of
And
the
one thing that I said, every time I bring something like this up, I always hear people say, like, I don't want to need to have all of these different kinds of armor or all these different kinds of clothing. Where am I going to put all this clothing? And which is a true statement. But with that clothing should come some sort of systems that allow you to easily switch between those pieces of gear, allow you to easily store those kinds of gear, and should promote you wanting to use the gear. It should give
Mhm.
you some benefit that makes you want to use it. And then that would, like, just those, and like if you get rid of the tedium of needing to use it and then you promote the use of that gear, all of a sudden you'll see players use it. And then in the game itself, it'll just look so much more immersive.
Holiday is saying wardrobe. I don't think I can't remember if I've opened a wardrobe. I mean, it is a container, right? Does it have different shelves like some of the racks do? Because imagine if you could open a wardrobe and it would have different shelves and you could save a certain like outfit set there. And then you could just right click that shelf and just auto equip the entire set in one go. And of course, you're also talking, Farron, about like actually having some kind of gameplay benefit from wearing, say, a blacksmithy outfit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And uh, um, I think Raybark here was saying in Ultima Online, you could already look like a proper blacksmith. And I could swear, Raybark, that actually wasn't it so that some of those clothing pieces gave you some kind of bonus in Ultima Online? Or am I confusing that with another MMO? But I could swear there was some benefits from wearing certain types of like clothing in UO for different skills. Maybe you could just say there. They added it is silly to be only wearing armor all the time. No, hold on. They added bonuses on stuff later in UO. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. So that's basically what I know, and I've heard you talk
Oh.
about that many times before, though, Farron. I could swear
Mm-hmm.
that I've heard you talk about these outfit pieces that they should have some kind of bonus, and then you could actually look like
Yes.
that. I'm pretty sure. So there is the dream, really implemented in Ultima Online. It would be really cool if we had that here as well.
You know where else it was implemented?
Mm.
Vanguard, Saga of
Oh,
Heroes.
oh, yeah. I think you mentioned that the other day. Yeah.
Yeah. They had it in Vanguard, and they had a great system. They had, let's say, the character window, for example, would have little tabs coming off the side. It would be like your crafting tab, your harvesting tab, and each one has the ability to load armor onto it. And
Mhm.
then it automatically switched you depending on what you were doing. So if you started woodcutting, it would switch your armor automatically or your garb into the woodcutting gear. And then you would look like that person. If you started blacksmithing, you would have your little blacksmithing garb on and you would look like that. Wouldn't 100% transfer to something like Worm. I wouldn't want it to automatically change, but I'd want a system that allows you to easily switch in and out of different gear, almost like gear profiles or something. So you get rid of the tedium of like individually putting on and taking off gear or trying to find it in your system, kind of like the tool belt. Let's say you can have different tool belts and then save different tool belt profiles. and be able to easily load in and out of certain garbs. Yeah,
And
so what do you guys say?
Dujas is saying the that kind of mechanics are made in Life is Feudal. Special cook clothes give a bonus for meals, blacksmithing, carpenter, etc. So I wonder why they haven't ever done that in Worm. Actually, is it just because the whole character and outfit system is like so clunky that they didn't want to add more complexity to it, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe they just never thought of doing it, and then no one ever really did it. And I think a lot of the devs, I mean, I'm putting words in their mouths, but they're probably scared to touch any system right now that would change the balance of leveling, because we all know about the what is the system called, the ruins system in this game. I don't think that the new servers have these yet because of no rifts. Sort of in a mountainy area. All right, so there's this. Actually, let me go a bit more south before I go this way. So they added this ruin system into Worm, and they did it in a way that they weren't. I don't know what they were thinking. I guess they weren't expecting it, or they didn't think it through, do the math. But it's in the game now, and it essentially provides what they, in the end, deemed too powerful. They looked at the ruin system in hindsight and said, we should not have done this. And it was like too late, because they did it, and now they can't get rid of it in the game. And and essentially they're saying that because they're looking at it and they're like, wow, we just made this too powerful. We just made it so, if you had like a 90 mining, you can essentially get enough ruins on your pickaxe to mine out 100 quality ore, just like that. And they didn't make it rare enough, I guess. I don't know exactly, but it was essentially, they didn't like how they implemented that system. They wish they did it differently. And I think devs are a little concerned when they are attempting to add bonuses or change the way that game functionality works towards quality levels and skill levels and that sort of thing. I mean, it's saying that's what they did for the cooking system. They added the whole buff system, the affinities and that sort of thing.
And that didn't, I mean, does anyone know? Did that have any breaking effect to the game?
I have not heard of it, no. And so I think that just shows that if thought out well and properly, they shouldn't be any concern over that. But it still would take a daring developer to want to tackle that subject.
Tuxie is saying maybe that could be a new deed perk. So basically, I guess Tuxie are referring to being able to have these kinds of different outfits, or what were you referring to there when you said that?
And at the same time, I mean, the deed perks, wasn't that a topic that you had in one of your streams?
I still need to put together all those notes from my stream as well as the stream you guys had shortly after that, and Adam gave me the document for that. I just need to make a proper presentation to the devs about that.
Okay.
I mean, I just think, well, that's a whole other discussion, of course. But yeah, I think Tuxie was in that, probably in both of our streams, also taking part in those discussions. I remember that. Yeah, the outfit bonus for Tuxie, right?
Yeah, different village bonuses. village update system of some kind. That would be pretty awesome. So, Arcaicus, you're saying Final Fantasy XI has items that you may earn from a guild, such as Cooking Guild. So you can see some characters wearing a chef hat or a baker's apron. Yeah, I'd love for it to just be part of the game, but that's cool that Final Fantasy XI has it. The ability to wear armor, and then maybe just by wearing it, the village that you're in can get the perk to give you the outfit bonus. That'd be like the way that I would see a system like that.
And this is probably going to be a controversial topic, but Seren brought up something that was an interesting point.
Mhm.
She was saying that she's thankful that the female armor is not looking like fetish underwear, and it's actually normal armor, like proper armor. Like, because of course we all know that in a lot of MMOs, the female armor looks basically like a metal bikini, and she's hoping that it stays that way for the armor in Worm. And that reminds me actually of the fact that for my own taste, I definitely love the fact that we have proper armor that does protect us. But I find sometimes that the Worm clothing is a little bit too, what's the word? Prudish? No, what's the word when you're sort of like super kind of covering yourself up completely? Like just the fact that our characters, when they're not wearing anything, even then they're not actually wearing like underwear. And I'm not saying they need to be wearing, modern underwear. And this is like a topic I've brought up several
Everybody's
times
saying
before.
more too conservative.
That's the word. Yes, it's a bit on the conservative side. Like if we think about, medieval underwear, it was probably, maybe in the form of like shorts or like a short sleeve shirt underneath the armor. But the fact that they're wearing what looks like to me just like an outfit, it doesn't look like underwear what they're wearing. That newbie outfit, and that always bothers me because if we're going to talk about something like immersion, it breaks immersion for me that if I want to go swimming with my character, she is wearing a full set of clothing basically.
Yeah.
And I also feel like for my personal taste of how I want my character to look, I would not personally want her. I want there to be the option for conservative looking clothing. I want there to be the option for proper armor that covers you up, but I would also love to see something a little bit not I mean, we're not talking about sexy clothing here, just something a little bit more casual, shall we say, a little bit more attractive because I don't know, I just get this feeling from the clothing in Worm that the characters, it doesn't exactly make the characters they look functional, but I so okay, let me just say this. So in a lot of other MMOs, I will put hours and hours and hours of time gathering and doing quests and hunting mobs to get that certain piece of armor, especially in World of Warcraft. I can't even count how many hours, hundreds of hours I've put it looking for certain pieces of armor to get that perfect beautiful outfit for my character. And then when I finally got it together, I would go strutting my stuff down the hallways of Ironforge or through the city of Stormwind, feeling so proud of this beautiful outfit I put together. And I know I'm not the only one, because if there weren't a lot of players who wanted to do that, there wouldn't be the transmorg whatchamacallit system there, right? They have a whole
Same
system.
thing in EverQuest, I
They have
must
a whole
say.
system around that. So you did that in EverQuest, but do you notice, Farron, that at least for me in Worm, I really don't care at all what she looks like, because
Right.
all of the options they're just unattractive to me, all of them.
Yeah. So same thing. You would go out in EverQuest and you spend hours and hours, hundreds of hours doing something, some quest or some dungeon to get some piece of gear that looked amazing, and that was a big allure to the early
Yeah.
days of EverQuest. And so let's apply that logic. Okay, we know what it feels like. We both know what it feels like to want to do that, to want that piece of item, to the need to want to show it off, let's say, because it visually looks pleasing or different. How does that because we don't have dungeons and we don't have quests and that sort of thing, how would that translate to Worm so that we get the same feeling once we get that item? Do any thoughts come in mind that you might have?
We would, well, first of all, of course, the shape of our characters, the female character, I mean, if we just look on your screen, for instance, the female character anatomy is kind of okayish, but then you look at those square shoulders, rigid, the square like back and shoulders of the male character with these teensy weensy little hands that look ridiculous, like at the end of these sticky like hands or hands as sticks. You don't even want to actually dress your character to look nice. But let's just imagine that that problem had been solved. Let's imagine that our characters actually had a nice anatomy. They had nice emotes and they'd be swaying around and moving around and looking around and all that good stuff. That we would have character bodies that we would actually want to dress. Well, then it's just the obvious solution that we would just need a much larger selection of clothing, of gear, and, you know, how to get that. Would it be through tailoring? Sure. But then we come to one of my big pet peeves about Worm, which is that hunting for mobs. I mean, in other games, this is going on a whole different tangent, but if we're thinking about how to get those clothings, those bits of clothing, of course, it is unrealistic. I like the fact that Worm sticks to realism for sure. I never want to see, like, if you go to kill a bear, that its belly's going to be full of, you know, gold coins and weapons and armor. No, but there could be something, for instance, from the humanoid mobs, that they have gathered little bits of armor or, you know, some tattered bit of clothing that upon perhaps repairing it, you would end up with a beautiful, you know, skirt or shirt or something like that. I would just love to see that much more in Worm, that there's something actually fun about going to hunt down mobs and creatures. Or if we think about,
Ooh. Sorry, I'll let you
oh,
finish your thought.
Elminster's raiding with 12. Hello.
Elminster's rated with the party of 12. Thank you so much for joining. In this pause, I do want you to finish the thought. Michio had a comment that maybe it's not the buffs. This is back to the actual items. What benefits do we get? It's true that buffs are like, let's say, skill gain is not the only thing that we can woo. It's not the only thing that you can give. You could do like less failures, for example, or less or more quality per tick, or more times you get a tick, or like there's all these little things that you could add up that's not necessarily just like 20% to skill gain or something. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. But yeah, Elminster, thanks so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream. And for everybody that's just joined, Katz was on, well, we're in a discussion where we're talking about roleplay and how that would fit into Worm. Mm-hmm. And in particular, we were looking at gear. So our ideas of, we remember playing, let's say, games that we played in the past, whether it was World of Warcraft, Ultima Online, whether it was EverQuest, and we're looking at those games saying, man, there were items in the game that we spent hours and hours trying to get, hundreds of hours, and we wanted them so that we could wear them and show them off, you know, in the towns or in places. And then the question that I posed to Katz was, how would you translate that feeling of getting the item? How would we allow Worm players to get that same feeling about wanting those items? Whoa, I'm not doing this correctly, it looks like. And and then apply that to the worm. Are we still going? We're still going. And Wolfmere,
Yeah.
yes, I am driving around in circles, apparently.
Yeah,
And
the
so,
only
yeah,
thing.
so you can continue there.
Well, the only last thing I was like in the process of pondering how we could get cool like clothing items. We already talked about the anatomy, how that needs to be fixed, but I was just before Elminster's raid came in, I was talking about how I would wish to see so many more opportunities. I mean, think about Halloween, guys. How fun was it going to look for those masks, for the shoulder pads, for the witch's hat? It was so much fun. Now, definitely we want to have like special occasions like that, but it happens so far and few in between in Worm. I would love to see much more than that. And if we want to stick to the realism I was just talking about, is it realistic for a bear to have its belly full of armor and weapons and stuff? But it could be implemented maybe in a fun way that, you might find a partially decomposed, no, partially, what is it? Digested. Yeah, partially digested red sleeve in a bear's belly. They had eaten, a character at some point, and there's still remnants of that character's outfit in
Right.
one belly. Maybe you could go kill like some other bears or some wolves, and you'd find maybe the torso piece of that shirt. You could, with tailoring skill, you could sew them together, and you'd end up with this very special, cool shirt. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Farron? Like, I know you would be inspired to have cool stuff, but how would we get it? How would we
Right.
get that into Worm?
So I had a slightly different view because yes, we can have it. So mobs or whatever they want to do, maybe they decide that they want to introduce a new race or something, or use goblins to one idea we had a very long time ago is that they would be creating their own little villages around, and those villages would become something that Worm players could potentially take part in to fight them off and destroy their villages and get some rewards that way. But Michio, penalties for killing tortoises. Yeah. But here were basically my simple ideas of how you could get that feeling of wanting to get these particular types of items, having it take time so that you're not just like, oh, I want to create that item. Well, here's some cotton. Boom, I've got it. And now I have no reason to level them up. Right? Why would you ever level your cloth glove to 90 quality? Like, is anybody, and this is the real question for anybody in the chat, why would you do it? Why would you take a cloth, let's even say a cloth set, and level it to 90 quality? And you can't answer because you can, Dutchman, because that's not a real answer. That's a real answer. For skill, there you go. So that's one. And Elminster, you would have one cloth glove that high to be the MJ of Worm. That's true. It's like, do you need to? You don't need to raise it. No one in their right minds would be like, I'm going out hunting guys in my 90 quality cloth set. Right? And we're saying worm answers. We're not, there's no reason. But so one thing that you could do, or that they could do, is make it so as you level your items, the look of the item changes. So the look of a 1 quality cloth glove should not look the same as a 90 quality cloth glove. And
Like
take
where
that
this
logic
going.
into all of the armor pieces. So
Mm-hmm.
now, all of a sudden, we haven't added any gear, and if they did, this would be great for it. But all of a sudden, a one quality person a one level 1 or new player that put on their leather gear would not look the same as a 90 quality leather gear that a high quality person would be wearing. It would substantially look better. The one quality should look like it's tattered. It should look like it's not something you would want to wear. And so that's something that they could do to allow us, in just a slight worm way, to want to spend that time to achieve that goal of having that pristine looking cloth set or new gear that comes out. So they come out with a dress, and the dress looks like it's tattered unless you level it up and you want to spend that time, and then you to level it up to 90, and then you wear it and you show it off. Look at how nice this looks. That sort of thing. So that's number one. Number two, items. Oh, I wrote down here because I knew I was going to forget this. So number two, the ability for a master craftsman of some kind to discover, create, or find recipes of, let's just give an example of either a leatherworker or a cloth tailor, to discover new clothing or to create new types of clothing or to find some recipe somewhere. And you kind of get where I'm going at here, that only they can create because they discovered it and found it. Maybe it's some sort of knowledge transfer thing. So at first it needs to be discovered, and then those master craftsmen can then sell or trade this new type of clothing to other players.
They just couldn't give the recipe over it, but they could create the end item, is what you're saying.
Right. They could learn how to do it from a master. And it can kind of breed that way, where all of a sudden we don't just automatically know everything. We skilled enough, and now we know how to create all this stuff. That there could be a different way, that there's these higher level items that you would have to then discover, or in some sort of way that, and it could be multiple different ways of discovering these things. That so if you're a person, you're like, I really wanted this set, you saw somebody else wear it, and now you're there and you're trying to track down, how do I get clothing like that? And then you're looking up and you're asking players, and they're explaining, well, you got to do this or got to do this or whatever the way is. And then you get to the point where now you have to do all of this stuff, to spend those hours to be able to achieve the ability to create the items, and then now you're wanting to, you finally get that piece of garb or whatever it is, and you're wearing it with pride because you just went through all that time to spend to be able to put it on. Anyway, that's number two. Maybe I should pause here.
No, go on. Get it all out, Farron.
Get it all out. Number three. So, having the ability to, as, let's say, a master craftsman of some kind, to take a piece of item, like I'm wearing a studded leather, let's say breastplate or whatever it's called, chest piece, and unlock abilities to modify the look of it. So even though, let's say, and this is for the devs that say, I don't want to deal with all these new pieces of armor, I don't want to deal with having to balance the different things and that sort of thing. Well, okay, we got leather, we've got studded leather, we've got all these things. So give us the ability to alter the look of those and be able to unlock the ability to change the look, but essentially they function in the same way as that piece of armor. So in this
Just
case,
cosmetic.
we get the cosmetic looks that we want, the variety in Worm, but we again would have to unlock the ability to do those. Like we don't just get them automatically. So as a player, you would go out there, you'd be like, that guy looks really cool. That guy is strutting around with that thing, and you learn how to do that. And there's a process to be able to do that, to unlock that type of ability to alter the item. And so you get the ability to do that. Maybe the gear needs to be a specific level. Maybe you have to discover something or do something or learn something. Thank you, Typical. I'm very happy, unlike how I look, but I'm going up a mountain, aren't I? Okay.
Uh-oh.
This is great. And it's a bear. Oh, I'm cry laughing like you could see. There's so many times I wanted it to be a bear and it never was a bear. And now we're just randomly running into bears everywhere. Anyway, you guys get it.
Out of those three things, you know what really excited me was the first one that you talked about, like the raising
So I
the
could have
quality.
stopped at the first one? No.
Yeah, they were all cool ideas. I wasn't quite sure, like in the second one that you're talking about perhaps this master crafter being able to teach their, they've discovered the secret to making something. And I'm not sure if I would agree with them being able to teach that ability to other players, because then that,
I guess it
yeah,
depends on what the
be,
teaching looks like, right?
I think it could be misused, or it would be misused for people to just like fast forward to. I think it makes what would be. I think if it would work that way, that they would have learned this special ability to make something, and they could make items and sell them forward. Sure. But I wouldn't want to see them actually teaching it to other players. They need to go to that. They need to do the long, hard path themselves, I think, too, because then it would remove the value, I think, for that person who had done the work,
I would say, as a worm deer, I would say that maybe it could be both. And the only reason I say this is because I am a big proponent in a system that would allow a master mentee sort of system, master apprentice system. The benefit of a veteran player being able to mentor a new player in the game, and both of those players getting something out of it, fostering that relationship. So, and I agree with what you're saying. So maybe would you agree with something like there are certain master apprentice sort of relationships that could unlock a certain set of different clothing or that sort of thing, but maybe not even the vast majority of them, maybe just some of them. And then there's also other ways, other things that just don't transfer, that you can't teach, and that they would have to go through. And so both are viable. And you got the like simple ones, the ones that players can teach others and it fosters that relationship. And then you got the nice, like, ones that just are just too hard or too skilled for somebody to teach somebody else. Now both systems work, and it's not just an all or nothing, because I feel like Worm's not an all or nothing type of game. Oop.
I wonder where we are right now. Have you been keeping track at all?
Yeah, I feel like we're close to the shore, and there's this mountain stopping us from getting over to
just
it.
In the way.
So it's possible that I climb, make it to the other side, or it's possible that I just go around it.
And Elminster was just saying here a little bit earlier something that sort of relates to that first one that you were talking about, the So he was saying that I think it's kind of cool part of other MMOs that you see some high level players and you think, damn, do we have that experience in Worm? I guess if somebody's wearing dragon or drake armor, but that's about it, isn't it?
That's the only one.
And
And
isn't
does
that
it look great?
sad? Yeah, well,
I love
it's
the sort of response. It's like the Drake looks, yeah. I feel like the
kinda.
scale does not look good. Personally, I don't know what it is. And scale, I mean, it's different. So obviously, since it's different, it's good. But I was hoping that it would look a lot better.
And we discussed, of course, this at a different time, that we were just having a discussion about the look of Worm clothing and armor in general. It has a very quirky nature to it. Like, I'm going to put that in the kindest words I can put it into. So quirky is the word I'm going to use. It let's
love
just
that.
say that I don't have the motivation to work towards clothes or armor. I've literally never had any desire to try and take part in the dragon hunts to get dragon scale to make dragon armor, even though I know I'd get the stats, but it's just not pretty enough for me. If Worm had even one set of clothing that looked just amazing,
Yeah.
I would probably work really hard for that. That has been a sort of gaping hole, I think,
Now-
as far as character customization goes. And just before you start, I just wanted to once again just talk about that first idea that you had, that just how much I love that idea, that you would have one piece of clothing that could, I mean, imagine that tattered brown stained bit of like a shirt that starts off that way, and then in the end it's this regal velvety gold trimmed like shirt that it transforms just like the character transforms itself as it gets higher in its skills. That
Right.
shirt has its own life. I really, really love that idea. And that also gives the freedom for a player to choose their progression. You know, I'm feeling like a peasant. I'm just getting started in the game. I want to just be a simple farmer. And now, 5 years later, I've gained the riches. I feel like I deserve that red shirt with the gold trim. And it's the same old shirt that I've been wearing all these years, but now I'm, high enough skill to actually show my experience in the game. I really like that. So yeah, sorry about that. What were you going to say?
No, that's so good. That is a good question. Okay, so I was going to say two things. The first one is, okay, beanbag. I saw the picture, and I don't. I'm assuming everybody else can see the link, and you can look at it. And he's showing what dragon scale looks like. And I would say it looks better. Like, I would say take off those shoulder pads, take off that hat, because those two aren't dragon scale. And let's take a look. It looks okay, but even if it looked amazing, dragon scale, and the reason why, oh my god, this troll's still coming after us. I'm trying to see which direction we're actually going.
He's only an age troll.
The mask is a must.
Should we take
You
him
think
down?
we could do it? You think we could do a troll?
Yeah, sure.
Oh my god. Okay.
Sure we can.
All right, bets are on, guys. Are we going to win or are we going to die? You know what? As much as I love this rare staff, I believe that my rare long spear, my staff is silver, and it also have a higher skill in it at the moment.
Was the silver, by the way, that it only affects
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't
predators.
affect these guys. Yeah.
I don't think it. Yeah. So
But
where did you
either
get
way,
silver, by the way?
I have a
need to make
higher. We do have silver. Adam got some
we?
silver.
Oh.
Antir, by cart. You don't even trust us, Antir. We can take out a troll, the two of us.
I think we're a little bit.
Archaikus. Do we have a? I don't have a happy one. I actually tried to look for that, but no. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, troll. Goodbye.
Oh.
You might be right, Antirg.
I wonder if I can. I think I'm able to. I wonder if I'm going to try doing first aid on you as you move. Just
Maybe if I'm
curious
going
to see
slow
whether.
enough.
Yeah, so it doesn't stay on the same tile.
It's getting harder and harder to see. You know, we got it down to 60%.
Yeah, it cancels it every time.
Yeah. Am I sure I don't want Hello Regis? Am I sure I don't want Dragon Scale? Now, it's not that I don't want Dragon Scale. It's that and I think I was about to say this. I was about to say, yeah, in order to look good or in order to I think the reason for Dragon Scale is that you can't there's no journey in getting there. It doesn't give you that excitement. It's the wrong thing to say, but the journey is you have to find the dragon and you have to kill it and then get small little bits and pieces of it as you create your own armor set. And to me, and this might just be personal, I don't feel like that's the journey that I want to take. Like at the end of that journey, I'm not looking back and saying, oh, look at all this cool stuff that I had to do to get this armor set. It doesn't give that same feeling. I don't know if that makes sense than what we were talking about earlier. You would not allow dragons to be jailed. They could fly out. Are they? Do they not fly out still? Of like these jails. There was a change that happened that they made it so that dragons did fly away or did go away. And there was some backlash to that. I don't know if they removed it or changed it or something. Is the troll still following us at all?
No, but we have a mountain lion after us now.
Oh, okay.
So I think we could take that one down. Yeah, I'm not seeing the troll at all anymore.
Okay, let me go up here. So people are still trapping these dragons and that sort of thing, and yeah, I do wish that they kept the ability to make them free. But at the same time, and I actually felt the same way in EverQuest, there's just some things, some tasks that requires just too many. Ooh. There we go. There was just too much, and then the reward wasn't worth the amount that you had to do. Like in order for me to get this dragon scale, I'd have to go too much above and beyond the amount of time spent versus the reward, and then I'm left with an item that I don't necessarily enjoy, if that makes sense. Okay, so west. No, we're going east, so it was this way. Okay, cool. Yeah, you got to be the one for raiding, but then even raiding has some sort of set schedule that you could go by, even in EverQuest. You don't have that in... Oh, we're really on top of a mountain. You don't have that in Worm at all, really. Even when they put rifts in, you had to go by Worm's schedule, not by your schedule. And you had to spend a long time to like just get to the right location that you'd want to do. And before rifts came into the game, I had suggested a system that I thought would work similar to the way they ended up doing rifts, but would give the power of scheduling onto the players. The players would have to perform certain things in order to spawn the mobs or to start the event. I don't really want to get into it now, but yeah, I wish that they allowed that system. You know, then an alliance would be like, okay, let's work towards a goal, get to that goal, so that we can then trigger this event to start this awesome ability to work as a team, to kill these mobs, and to get the prizes.
Yeah, I remember you guys have talked about this kind of idea several times. Oh, darn.
I think we're good.
Oh, okay,
all right.
Good.
So we're still going east.
Should we get you just repaired a little bit
healed
first?
a little bit? Yeah, maybe I should look at if I have any mediums. One medium, it is healing.
I'm trying to heal that now.
Okay. Oh, you got that one. A light and a light. Did I drop my cotton? Oh no, here it is. Let's try to get this aura of blood to disappear a little bit. All right. I guess one more.
There we go. That's better. Yeah, I think Validate was worried about you there. He needs to be healed before combat. Big risk.
At least we came through it. We came through it. And Starth, you said you were never one for raiding. You've always been a crafter. Yeah, then I guess this is the game for you. And every game that you crafted items should be better in look and stats than other items. That's what we're hoping for. And Onda, seems like the priest could possibly call on the gods and ask for a rift. See that? Sure. Like my whole system was like the alliance or the village would have to work together. Oh man. Would have to work together in order to build something or to have a memorial built. It takes a long time to get this ready, and then once it's ready, then they can trigger the event to start. Whether it's like then and what you're saying, like a priest would come and have to call onto the gods at this sort of place that they built and get them to summon the rift for that alliance to kill it. It's just the point would just be that it gives the control back to the user or the players. And Pyro, give me the power to rip open the sky. I can see you using that quite a lot if you had that power. To control the weather, that would be a cool power. Once we get really nice weather, which is another RP thing that I think should happen.
The atmosphere. Did you and Adam ever play Dark Age of Camelot?
We did not play Dark Age of Camelot. That's the one game that we've always heard about.
The reason I ask, and of course, I mean, if I'm just thinking about MMOs that had really atmospheric, memorable rain situations where the rain was coming down and there was the sound effect of it, and you felt if I remember correctly, if you went inside, the rain sound subsided and it felt like you're hearing it from outside. I'm not quite entirely sure. I mean, I know this is something Retro's talked about a lot, is that he really would like to see more atmospheric sounds, these ambient sounds. And then if you were outside in the rain, it was very loud and splashy, as it came down. And we just don't have that experience at all in Worm. Once in a while, of course, you do hear the thunder in the background, but it's so. We need like a proper rainfall with all the splattering sounds on the ground to really give that cozy feeling if you go inside from the cold weather or the rainy weather.
For sure. Yeah. And that's what I really hope that's something that would be on a future roadmap list. Something that one of the devs or somebody could be focusing on, just fleshing out the atmosphere, being able to have rain, have snowstorms, have different variations of rain, have clouds, cloud cover depending on the intensity of the rain. That would just be the most immersive thing that they could do for the environment to provide us with.
Physic, you were also saying Dark Age of Camelot, the only MMO where you've really felt cold during snowfall.
Wow.
And I mean, that just goes to show how it was sort of ahead of its time, because of course these days, I mean, that was years ago. That was, what was it, 2001, something like that. And here we are, you know, nearly, is it really? No. Am I imagining things? Yes. It's like nearly 20 years later. And of course, now with the really beautiful, well done MMOs, I'm assuming that other MMOs have implemented it as well or even better than Dark Age of Camelot did back then. But yeah, I mean, that is it, and it's a relatively cheap way as well to give a lot of atmosphere and feeling to a game like Worm, because it could in it quite simply just even be in the sound file that is chosen. And if we also think about the wind in Worm, it is rather like the sound of the wind in Worm is really desolate. It's really quite lonely and depressing. Whereas if I go into a game like Legends of Aria, the sound of the wind is so relaxing and soothing. And not that we shouldn't have also the depressing wind, but all I'm saying is that it really has a huge impact on the atmosphere you feel as you play the game. And
sound
we need
is something that
improvements for
this
that.
game can improve
Badly
on.
needs,
100%. And it doesn't even have to be like, what's great about sound is that there's so many good sound places, that atmosphere sounds that a team like Worm could purchase and implement into their game. And it wouldn't even have to take a lot of dev time, wouldn't have to take a lot of their time to do this sort of thing, because these sounds already exist, and that's how games do it, right? They have sound banks, they have sound places that they can purchase, and I can tell you that it wouldn't be foreign to Worm either to do that. They've done it in the past. Oh, we finally made it to the shore. So now
this
the
is
question
the Eastern Shore now?
Yeah. The question now is,
South or
are
north?
we north or are we south? Based on these 4 people in local. What do you guys think? Should we go north or should we go south?
Over this little bump here to the south, and let's just see whether it continues going towards the west. You know, does it start to? Yeah, I have a feeling we need to go north.
You think so?
Oh, hold on. Is that? No, that's not Antwerp's boat, is it? I don't think he had terraformed the. No, he didn't have sand like that. No. Yeah, I have a feeling we need to go north, because I was traversing this shoreline trying to find Antwerp's boat the other day, and I would definitely say that we need to go north.
All right, we're going north, should what Adam's telling us.
Should we double check and just make sure that's not his boat first? I don't think it is, but I can't mouse over it.
Pretty far away. Is Pyro, are you still there at the deed? And are there 2 boats or 1 boat there?
And Pyro's still there. Okay. Yeah, that's probably not it then.
We're looking at 1 boat and there's 2 boats. Yeah, it's not it. Thank you very much. And no, Adam, we're not going to go north and south.
So, one topic that we were sort of chatting about last night about the stuff that we would talk about on the stream. And one thing that we didn't talk about really, we sort of dabbled quickly into it, but it was, is there a downside of a game having roleplay elements added to it, or elements that are promoting roleplay, or having role players around? Can anyone have a complaint about that? Is it taking away from anyone's experience? Is it annoying anyone? Because what I often find in various MMOs is you're going to have some people who are very rigidly against any roleplay stuff, and they almost seem like super bothered by it. I wonder if it's those pine trees ahead, by the way.
Oh, I hope so. This is a great question for everybody in the chat right now. It's interesting that there's no mobs. What would you be annoyed? And if you would be annoyed, what exactly would you be annoyed about with regards to roleplay features? This is really tough to know where we are. We need to be around here.
So Onda is saying, it seems reasonable that if you have a way for people to roleplay, you should also have a way for them to opt out as well. Absolutely, especially if it's not like a role-playing server. And Validate is saying...
Yeah, in reverse of that, it, I think, makes more sense that it's more that you're automatically not opt-in, and you would have to opt in to roleplay. And mostly everybody would be a default not be, not have to all opt out or anything.
I don't think role players would mind either way, as long as the options were there for them to use if they wanted to. Validate is saying, as a sandbox game, adding anything is good as long as it's not forced. Need to keep the game sandbox, allow it as options. Absolutely. Drogo's roleplay itself is great. Overly dedicated role-playing players that only accept other extremely experienced role-playing players is discouraging. Yes, you will. That is a kind of annoyance. Like I've found, especially on the role-playing servers of World of Warcraft, you'll have some of these snobby role players who make these high demands on other players, and they won't be flexible and understanding if somebody's just starting out, just learning how to role play, maybe making some mistakes. They need to be gently coaxed into, into perhaps better like character names, or not speaking about real life issues if they wish to role play, of course. Now on a server here where it is not an actual role playing server, role players definitely need to be even more flexible than that, and they should not be, mocking or being disgruntled if people are talking about real life issues, since that is not a demand of this type of server. So it's only going to what's the phrase, shoot them in the foot if you start to be snobby about it, and then you're going to really build that kind of negative perception of role players and role playing if people get super snobby about it. So yeah,
I want it to be more of a relaxed type of experience. That's how I see role playing. shouldn't be forced and it shouldn't be serious. And I mean, that would go without saying for any extreme, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Not just role playing. Like, and we're talking, oh, we just don't like the people that are extremely into it and like don't take anything else. I mean, you can basically say that about anything. Those players that are overly serious about hunting, like just too, like, I don't mind hunting and I don't mind this, but those players that are just like in your face and yeah, and that just goes for life in general. Oh, wait a second, I was about to attack that bear.
It's champion fairy.
And then I realized it was a champion bear.
I was wondering why you're going straight for it, like literally straight for it.
I'm like, oh, it's a bear. We can take out a bear. Wow. Yeah, maybe not a champion bear. But that is the biggest black bear you'll see. Ooh, okay. What is this guy? Just a normal crocodile.
So typically you were saying...
Yeah, so this is good.
Sure, being optional sounds good until you find yourself with either an area of full role players that you can't interact with, or they find themselves alone. Finding a place to stay in a worm is hard enough if you have to worry about your neighbors being similar to you about role-playing too. It's more things to worry about. That's absolutely a valid point for sure. So typical, would you say that that is like... would that be one of the reasons that somebody would reject any kind of role-playing, that they might have been scarred or had like bad experiences from role players in other games? That they felt like they were not included or didn't feel like they... Because I have definitely seen some role players who were so snobby, so elitist that they would not even... They would just look at you down... what's the phrase? Down the side of their nose? No, what's... Maybe I'm thinking about a Finnish phrase here, but like... Yeah, look down upon like people who are not... Well, first of all, they wouldn't even like interact with non-role players. Then if you were kind of like a beginner role player, they'd be super snobby to you and try to tell you how to do the role playing. So that would not be cool at all, obviously. And I'm just wondering if there's a lot of players out there who were burned from these types of snobby role players.
I mean, everybody's comments is true in the sense... Oh god, I think we're coming up to the right place. This is good.
Oh!
Ooh, let's go. Oh my god, here it is. Somehow, once you reach this area, look at how many mobs are stuck here. I
wonder why they're drawn to this spot.
This is not good.
We'll be fine, Farron. We'll be fine. Let me look at your situation here.
Wow.
You just have one light bandage bruise. Nothing to complain about.
Look, there's another brown horse.
Moxie says, I see potential for drama if people choose to grief or harass and are like, oh, I'm role-playing my character. That has happened before in Worm, and you think it would need to be made clear that role-playing doesn't mean you can cause other players grief. Yeah. Oh, like they're using the role-playing thing as an excuse to then do mean things to you. Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah,
now
that's
if it's
an extreme that I was referring to.
Yeah.
Garristrangi, kill the tortoise. I feel like there's a certain Mishio that would not be happy about that. Ooh, a troll?
We have a crocodile, we have a bear, we have a troll, we have a mountain lion after us.
Oh, and I thought that Corbito would be the one that we're looking for.
Oh, so that wasn't on Turk's place yet?
It
Okay.
wasn't.
Yeah, but we're on the right track. I recognize that spot, so we definitely need to continue going north, yes. It could be that, you see, just behind this little sandy bit, there's like some pine trees or something sticking up
Maybe
from behind.
this
I
we
think
were on.
that's it. Yeah.
So we were on this desert maybe, and now we're about here in M25.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And we
I
gotta
think
go to
that's
about
it.
here. Okay.
Typical says, you seem to see everything with the idea that all people start wanting to do role-playing cats, and that's just not the case. So typical,
there's the guard tower.
if I gave that impression, I certainly didn't mean to. I think that would be a misunderstanding there. Maybe I just wasn't able to express myself the right way. Quite the contrary. Typical, I think that like most players who come to play Worm, they just come to play the game, and that there is. I'm surprised every time I actually meet a role player. You guys saw how surprised I was that we actually stumbled across some role players, but they do exist out there. So I wouldn't say that there are no role players. And you're just to continue what Typical is saying, that the vast majority of people don't want to do it in the first place. I agree. If you see a lot of people who want to roleplay, it's because you do. You've never seen anyone but me do it. Yeah, well, Typical. In response to that, I know I'm certainly not the only one who does it. One of these days, you might run into Chabney, for instance, and he's always in character. There are other role players as well.
So we're near somebody that's unholy poly. They seem to have a quite steep looking fence and then a house up there. That's cool. But that must be the guard tower. And so, I mean, I do want to sum up here, and to Typical's point and everybody else's point, role-playing is a niche. Worm is a niche. You're essentially talking about a niche of a niche. And I think that's fine, in the sense that role-playing itself, or the act of role-playing, gives you these niche players the ability to do what they love. But the thing is, and wow, that is a random bed out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh my gosh.
How did they get a bed?
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of new players don't realize that the bed is actually not going to help you unless it is built within a house with all of the bottom walls. I didn't know that actually at all in the beginning when I started either.
Yeah. I don't even think, can you make a bed outdoors?
Sure you can. It's just not going to help you. And you can sleep on it as well, as far as I know. It just doesn't give the sleep bonus.
Yeah. So now that we've established that, so we know it's a niche of a niche, it's just fine. But the thing is that even if you don't want to take part in role playing, and this is why I mentioned, for any role playing mechanic feature like tagging yourself a RP or doing anything RP related, that it should be opt out, like by default, and then if you're wanting to RP, you opt into it, that sort of thing, right? It should be that way and not the opposite. Mm-hmm. So, but in saying that, yes, the mechanics and the idea of actually role playing, not everybody would want to do, but the features that allows the devs to focus on, the immersion and the atmosphere and the character that which ties into all the character animations and all the things that a role player would want, a weather system, stuff that brings them into the game. I feel like that is what all Worm players would benefit from. These aren't roleplay specific features that we've asked for. I don't think one feature that was mentioned in this whole stream is a roleplay specific feature only for role players. It would all apply, and who is this sailing on a nice Corbita? Well, it feels like it should be close enough for me to target it, but it's not. Oh, okay. Back into this. The burning raft. Wait a second. That's our boat.
Pyro.
That's our ride. He's not leaving us, is he? Are you leaving us, Pyro? Are you mocking us from over there?
And Griffin Seren said that actually you do need to build the bed inside the house.
I had a feeling. Betrayal. He's going to mock us. We're going to go all the way over there, and then he's going to come really close, wave goodbye, and then sail off into the distance.
No. Oh, leaving us stranded, yeah. But hey, wasn't Antirg still around? We can hitch a ride with him.
Always looking at the positive. All right, this is not okay. So at least, because we're going to be trailing or we're going to be training quite a few mobs here if we're getting close.
Well, remember Farron, that there's the fenced area. I'm not sure. I think we should have access so we can just go inside there. I don't know if
Antirg, I don't know if you're there. I'm about to train you. I hope you're there.
Yeah, I can hear hammering, so guess we're gonna have to get rid of these mobs.
Uh-oh. How many do I got? Oh, sorry, I only trained 2 hellhounds on you. That's not too bad. Alright, let's see if we can get some skill back here and help out the Spirit Templar. Ooh. Yep. I'm still barefoot. Nice. What happened to those hellhounds? As long as we got them off. Or did we? Oh, you trained them into the mine.
Oh.
Alright, we're gonna survive this. We just gotta make sure that this Spirit Templar doesn't die. We'll be fine. Little concerning. Spirit Templar's health isn't staying high. What's one? As we fight over the corpse of Antirg.
Oh, did Antirg die? Oh no! There's Antirg and Antirg. 2 of Antirg's characters have died here. Oh no.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you see? There's like
And
with
Turk. And Antirk. Pyro, he will help with my priest alignment. All right. We made it back, so that's good. And to just, I think this will be a great place to end the stream. So just to summarize, I mean, I guess I already summarized, which was essentially role playing might be a niche thing to do, might be only certain players that want to do it, but at the same time, all the features that role players would want to see, normal worm players also want to see. And it just gives another reason and a little bit of a focus that the devs can look at and be like, hey, it's going to help out, this community of players where there's lots of role player community out there to say, hey, look what Worm's doing to their game. Maybe you can consider it as a game that you should play. And thank you so much, Dreamt. I'm hoping you had a good stream. I don't know if you're still streaming. Maybe you still are still streaming. But thank you. Yeah, RP for the win. And yeah, it just gives that the team a focus, a little more focus. You are streaming, but you're currently AFK watching us. Okay. And I think that's just what I wanted to shed the light on here. Is that the most, if not all of what we talked about today would be something that it's not, none of it is really RP focused. It just gives another reason for the devs to maybe want to focus on it. Mm-hmm. And other than that, yeah, thanks so much, Cass, for filling in to Adam's shoes this week.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
I hope everybody in the chat had fun with us today, had fun having Cats on a Factional Fight stream. And if you did, yeah, let us know. Let us know before we leave, hopefully, and in the YouTube video later, in the VOD later. I guess you can't chat in the VOD, but...
Oh, Pyro. So rude.
You disgusting pig.
Is this really the last thing we want to hear? Mm. Pyro farting in my direction. What can we do? Anyway, thanks so much, Cats, and thanks so much, everybody, for joining us. We will be back. Factional Fight will be back. Adam will finally be back next Sunday. So we'll look forward to that stream and saying hi again to the real Adam. And we'll have to get prepared for his math equations. So let me spend a week and get ready for that. So thank you so much, everybody. Hopefully you keep enjoying Worm. We'll see you guys next time. Let me find somebody to raid. And then...
Goodbye.
Unless anybody has any suggestions. You're the guest of honor, Cats. Do you have any suggestions over who you want to raid?
Let me check.
And this time, as Cats looks and finds somebody to raid, let's all, if you have the ability, we will again maybe treat it as some form of ritual here. Not really a ritual. To use the Adam wow face.
Well, there is, I have never been to this person's stream, so Who Wants to Die has literally one viewer. I've seen this person in the stream chats many times. We don't know, of course, what kind of stream it is, but that might be cool to try.
Do you want to watch it a little bit before we take that choice, or?
Yeah, let me just check quickly. There's just the advertisement going here now.
Okay. So this will be really fun. You know, if you have the time to spend a few minutes raiding this, whoever Cats decides to raid.
Yeah.
And join in on the fun, and let's give someone a fun few minutes.
Yeah, he looks lonely over there. Let's go raid him.
Okay.
He's
All
sitting there
right.
all lonesome.
So today we're raiding Who Wants to Die. Here we go, guys. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening,
or
everyone.
Good morning. We'll see you guys later. Keep on worming. We'll see you next week.